Chosen one. Heaven has turned its gaze toward you. For a long time, you have walked beneath clouds of silence, wondering if God had forgotten your name. But now, the atmosphere around you begins to shift. There's a tremor in the unseen, a stirring that even your spirit can feel. The winds that once carried whispers of defeat now carry a different sound, the sound of recognition. Heaven has noticed. You have been through nights that seemed endless, days when even the sunlight felt heavy. You tried to stay strong while everything around you fell apart. You prayed when you didn't feel like praying. You believed when there was nothing left to believe in. And still, you stood. That is why heaven cannot ignore you any longer. Because endurance is the song that calls angels to attention. I see you kneeling in that quiet room, whispering prayers that no one else heard. The tears on your pillow became seeds in the soil of eternity. You didn't know it, but every cry was a command that reached the throne room. And now, the divine response begins. Heaven is not just watching you, heaven is moving for you. There was once another chosen one, a young shepherd boy who fought lions in the shadows long before anyone knew his name. His battle was unseen, but his heart was known in heaven. You walk that same road, the same unseen strength, the same hidden fire. When no one believed, God did. When you were surrounded by silence, heaven was writing your name into its decree. The Word of God declares in the book of Nahum, Chapter 1, verse 7, "The Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble. He knows those who take refuge in him." This moment is not an accident. The pause you're living in is a setup for revelation. You've been wondering why doors closed, why relationships shifted, why the ones you trusted vanished. It wasn't rejection. It was redirection. God was isolating you, so that when He finally displayed you, no one could say it was their doing. Imagine a storm at sea, dark and raging, tossing the ship until it seems it will break. And then, suddenly, lightning splits the sky not to destroy, but to reveal the path home. That's what this season is. Lightning in your storm, revelation through chaos. You thought the waves were meant to drown you, but they were training your lungs to breathe in deep faith. The throne of heaven is not silent anymore. God has stepped into your timeline. The enemies who thought they could mock your faith are about to witness what divine justice looks like. Not because you wished revenge, but because you remained righteous. You didn't curse them, you kept worshipping. That restraint is what triggers divine wrath, not your anger, but your surrender. Picture this, a courtroom in heaven. You stand there, quiet, hands trembling. Accusations echo from unseen mouths, voices of doubt, of betrayal, of lies. But then, light floods the room. The judge stands, his eyes like fire, his voice like thunder wrapped in mercy. And he says, "Enough." The gavel falls, and the case against you dissolves into dust. That's what's happening right now. You're not just being defended, you're being declared. You are not forgotten. You are not lost. You are not overlooked. God's wrath is not random. It is precise. Every arrow shot against you returns to its sender. Every tongue that rose to curse you now falls silent. You don't have to fight for recognition anymore. Heaven is announcing your name. And yet, even in His wrath, God's purpose is restoration. The same fire that burns your enemies also purifies your destiny. Don't fear the heat. The furnace that refines gold never destroys it. It reveals its worth. That's you. Chosen one. Hidden treasure coming out of fire. I need you to hear this, not as another message, but as a divine encounter. Right now, in this very breath, heaven pauses everything else to speak to you. This isn't a coincidence. It's divine alignment. The pain you carried was the proof of your calling. The warfare around you wasn't punishment, it was proof that the light in you terrifies darkness. You have survived what would have killed others. You've stood when your strength was gone. That's why your story will echo. You are the living evidence that faith still moves mountains. Your scars are testimonies, not tragedies. The storm that tried to drown you will now serve as the backdrop for your resurrection. From this day forward, walk differently. Lift your head as one who knows heaven's spotlight rests upon them. You are not ordinary. You are God's signal fire in a world of shadows. When you move, the atmosphere bends. When you speak, the unseen trembles, because the same Spirit that raised Christ from the dead now breathes through your lungs. So, what will you do with this moment? Will you keep hiding, or will you rise? Heaven has spoken. The stage is yours. Don't look back, look up. The same eyes that watch over galaxies are watching you. If this message ignited something deep within you, share it with someone who needs to remember they are seen. Like this. Comment. Your prophetic number 777 below to declare, I am noticed by heaven. Subscribe and stay connected, because the next word that comes will take you even deeper into your calling. And remember this, what begins in the spirit will soon manifest in the natural. Every delay, every hidden battle, every silent tear is turning into divine momentum. You are stepping into a chapter where what was stolen will be returned sevenfold. Let your heart stay steady, your faith unshaken. The same God who saw you in the valley is now lifting you to the mountain. His wrath has cleared your path now. His favor will crown your steps. You have carried battles no one could see. The world looked at your calm face and thought you were fine. But beneath that still surface, storms raged. You smiled through disappointment, worked through exhaustion, and forgave those who never apologized. Heaven took note. Every quiet act of endurance was a prayer louder than words. Every time you chose grace over retaliation, you built an altar in the unseen. There was a season when it seemed like injustice had the final word. People lied about you, and it worked. They mocked your silence, mistook your patience for weakness, and paraded victory as if heaven didn't see. But what they didn't know is that God keeps records, perfect records. Every insult, every betrayal, every moment you stayed faithful while being wronged is written in His book. In the quiet chambers of eternity, the ledger is balanced. You may have thought you lost, but in heaven's accounting, nothing good goes unrewarded. The weight of hidden battles will soon become the foundation of visible glory. Your private tears have built the stage for your public restoration. I remember a story of a woman who endured cruelty for years. She never retaliated, never fought to prove herself right. People around her whispered, "Where is her God?" Yet she kept working, kept serving, kept believing. One morning, without announcement, everything changed. The same voices that once mocked her now came asking for her advice, her wisdom, her prayers. God didn't just vindicate her, He elevated her. That is the pattern of heaven. Those who bow lowest rise highest. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 34, verse 18, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." You, too, have been crushed, not destroyed, but crushed, the kind of pressure that transforms coal into diamonds. You've carried grief that reshaped your soul, and in that reshaping, Gulkavel capacity, you are now able to carry what you once prayed for: the waiting, the wounds, the weariness. They were never wasted. They built endurance, compassion, and discernment. Think about the potter's wheel. Clay doesn't argue with the hand that molds it. It bends. It yields. And though the shaping hurts, it ends in beauty. That's what your life looks like right now. The spinning is not chaos, it's creation. Every rotation brings definition. Every squeeze adds structure. You are being prepared for display. Your enemies were never truly your enemies. They were instruments. Without their betrayal, you would never have discovered the depth of your anointing. Without the rejection, you would never have learned to stand with God alone. And now, He is about to show why isolation was necessary. You weren't forgotten. You were refined. Heaven doesn't rush justice. God's timing is surgical. He waits until the noise fades, so that when He moves, the silence amplifies His voice. You are stepping into that silence now, the moment before divine reversal. Don't mistake it for emptiness. It's anticipation. There's a sacred stillness before every storm of glory. When the winds of heaven gather, everything pauses. You may feel the weight of nothingness, but that is simply God pulling you back like an arrow before release. The further He pulls, the farther you will fly. Your story isn't ending in loss. It's bending toward justice. The same people who buried your name will be forced to watch as God resurrects it. And not in anger, but in revelation. Because when God restores, He doesn't humiliate your enemies, He educates them. They will learn that His favor cannot be stolen, that His chosen ones are untouchable when hidden in His hand. Do not rush revenge. Let heaven handle the balancing. The wrath of God is not loud, it is perfect. It arrives at the precise moment when it teaches, not merely punishes. And when it comes, it leaves no doubt that the outcome was divine. You've prayed, "Lord, when will you act?" And heaven has whispered, "When the lesson is complete." That lesson, chosen one, is now coming to its conclusion. The pain was your classroom. The betrayal was your syllabus. And the diploma you're about to receive is called authority. Soon, you will look back at this wilderness and realize it was the place where you met God face to face. You will remember the quiet nights, the unanswered questions, and smile not because it was easy, but because it was holy. Imagine a tree standing in drought, its leaves withered, its roots stretching desperately for unseen water. Months later, when the rain finally falls, that tree doesn't just survive, it thrives. Because its roots grew deeper in the dark. That's you. Hidden growth. Silent strength. The storm didn't destroy you. It deepened you. And now, as heaven moves to settle your accounts, your soul will find rest. You will no longer feel the need to explain yourself. The truth will speak without your words. Light has a way of revealing what darkness tries to hide. You were never meant to chase validation. You were meant to embody revelation. When people see your next season, they won't just see success, they'll see divine justice in motion. Every tear becomes a testimony, every scar a sermon. Be still. Then, do not try to hurry what God is perfecting. The weight you feel now is not punishment. It's the final pressure before breakthrough. Heaven is not done writing your story. It is simply turning the page. You are standing at the threshold of divine balance. What was unfair will now unfold in perfect alignment. Heaven's justice might seem delayed, but it never denies its timing is flawless. Rest. Chosen one. The weight is lifting, and the story that once broke, you will soon bless you. You've been wondering why God stayed silent while storms surrounded you. It felt like he watched the attacks, the betrayals, the whispers, and said nothing. You prayed for answers, but heaven didn't respond. It wasn't neglect, it was strategy. Silence, for the chosen, is never abandonment. It's preparation for revelation. There's a mystery in God's stillness. When he seems absent, he's actually arranging. When he hides his hand, he's strengthening your heart. The silence you mistook for distance was the training ground for your authority. Every unanswered prayer was a hammer shaping your spiritual armor. Every delay was a test that matured your discernment. A chosen one once said, "I used to cry when God didn't speak. Now, I listen harder." That's the growth silence creates. It teaches you to hear the whispers between the thunder. You don't just learn to trust what he says, you learn to trust who he is. There was a time when David felt the same. He hid in caves while his enemies feasted in palaces. He asked, "How long, Lord?" But even in that loneliness, God was building his crown in secret. What felt like abandonment was actually insulation. Heaven hid him until it was time to reveal him. The same is true for you. According to what is revealed in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time, though it tarry. Wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not delay." This is your appointed time. You've been waiting for justice, for restoration, for that divine turnaround, and heaven's clock just struck the hour. The movement has begun. You might not see it yet, but the shift is already happening beneath the surface. Like seeds sprouting underground, God's plan is alive and moving, even when it seems invisible. Consider the story of a sculptor who stares at a block of marble. To the untrained eye, it's just stone, but the sculptor sees what's hidden inside. With each strike of the chisel, a form begins to emerge. Painful blows, purposeful shaping. When it's finished, the world calls it art, but the sculptor calls it destiny revealed. That's your life right now. Each cut, each loss, each delay, it's all part of your unveiling. You might not understand the silence, but one day you'll thank God for it. If he had answered too early, you would have settled too small. If he had opened the door you wanted, you would have missed the gate you needed. His "not yet" is mercy disguised as mystery. When heaven is quiet, it's never because you're unworthy. It's because you're too valuable to be rushed. God invests silence in his greatest vessels. The deeper your calling, the longer your preparation. Some are chosen for moments, you are chosen for movements. That's why the process took time. And yes, the silence hurt. It tested your faith, your patience, your very sense of identity. But that's how steel is forged in fire and pressure, not comfort. You've emerged stronger, wiser, and more discerning. You've learned that faith isn't proven when you see results. It's proven when you see nothing and still believe. Right now, God is breaking his silence. He's not just speaking, he's moving. The dreams that went dormant are awakening. The promises that felt forgotten are stirring. The same God who seemed quiet is now roaring on your behalf. Every unseen battle you fought has summoned a visible breakthrough. Do you feel that shift inside you? That stirring that wasn't there before? It's your spirit responding to the sound of heaven's movement. It's not imagination, it's confirmation. The silence has ended. Your enemies thought the quiet meant defeat. They assumed heaven, forgot your name. But what they didn't know is that silence is the sound of strategy. God was setting the table in the dark. Now, the feast begins in the light. There is a holy reversal coming. What was whispered about you in secret will be shouted as testimony in public. Those who doubted your faith will marvel at your favor, because the same silence that tested you will now testify for you. So stand tall. You've survived the quiet years, the hidden tears, the lonely roads. Heaven is responding, not with words alone, but with movement. The next chapter of your life will be evidence that divine silence was never divine absence. Type "I'm listening" in the comments below. This isn't just a phrase, it's a declaration that you are tuned to heaven's frequency again. It means you've learned to hear beyond the noise, to trust beyond the delay, to believe even when the world doubts. It's your act of spiritual agreement, your yes to the God who speaks, even when he seems silent. When you type those words, something powerful happens in the unseen. You align your spirit with heaven's rhythm. You're no longer demanding answers, you're inviting revelation. There's a difference. Answers satisfy the mind, but revelation transforms the soul. Revelation doesn't just tell you what God is doing, it shows you who he is while doing it. "I'm listening" means you're stepping into a posture of surrender, where silence becomes sacred instead of suffocating. It means you're not just hearing to respond, you're hearing to receive. That is where divine secrets are whispered. God never shouts his greatest plans, he hides them in stillness, waiting for the ones patient enough to listen. As you enter this listening posture, clarity will come in unexpected forms. It may be a gentle peace where anxiety once lived, or a sudden understanding in the middle of prayer. It may even come through loss when something leaves your life, revealing what was meant to stay. Listening doesn't always bring comfort. Sometimes it brings correction. But even correction is compassion when it comes from heaven. There's a sound rising in your life now, not chaos, not confusion, but calling. It's the echo of purpose, the soft thunder that tells you God is near. Listen carefully. Your instructions for the next season are already being released. You are not waiting for a voice from the clouds. You are walking with the voice himself. When you say, "I'm listening," heaven hears. "I'm ready." And readiness is what draws divine manifestation. Stay still. Stay alert. The silence is breaking, and your next miracle is speaking your name. When God finally rises, everything that once stood against you begins to shake. His movement doesn't announce itself with noise. It begins with an unexplainable shift inside your spirit. You start to feel lighter, though nothing around you has changed. The same room, the same faces, the same memories. But something deep within you whispers, "It's over." Not the pain, but the dominion of the pain. The heaviness that once chained your heart starts to lose its grip. That's how divine intervention begins, quietly, almost invisibly, yet unmistakably. You've spent seasons trying to defend yourself, to make people understand, to prove you weren't what they said. But now heaven says, enough. When God stands up for you, no explanation is needed. His actions will speak louder than your words ever could. Vindication is not something you earn, it's something God decrees. The moment he rises, the atmosphere bows. There's a story in the scriptures about a nation oppressed for generations. Egypt held them, mocked them, used them, and then forgot their humanity. But when the cries of the afflicted reached heaven, God rose. He didn't send an army, he sent a man carrying his word. One voice, carrying divine fire, dismantled an empire. That's the pattern of your life too. Heaven doesn't need many to defend one. It only needs divine timing. We find in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14, the Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Stillness doesn't mean passivity. It means confidence. It means you trust that God's wrath is more effective than your reaction. He doesn't forget, and he doesn't overlook. What people thought they got away with is being addressed in the divine courtroom right now. The scales are balancing, and mercy is stepping aside so that justice can take its place. God's wrath is not wild anger, it is holy precision. It strikes only what stands in the way of his purpose. When he fights for you, it's not out of emotion, it's out of covenant. You are bound to his promise, and his promises never return void. Imagine standing in a valley where armies surround you. You have no weapons, no allies, and no escape. Yet, in that moment, a wind begins to stir. Dust lifts, the ground trembles, and before you realize it, the enemy begins to scatter, not because you fought, but because heaven entered the battlefield. That's what divine intervention feels like. You don't win because you're strong. You win because God has decided it's your time to rise. Some of the people who opposed you were not your true enemies. They were lessons wrapped in flesh. Their betrayal forced you to grow, to pray deeper, to depend on God more than ever. In that way, they played their role perfectly. But now, their assignment is complete. God is clearing the stage, removing every voice that no longer aligns with your destiny. You don't need to confront them. Heaven already has. Remember this: God's defense is not delayed, it is deliberate. He waits until the moment when his intervention will make the greatest impact. Sometimes that means he allows the lie to spread, so that when he exposes it, truth shines brighter. Sometimes he allows the enemy to celebrate, only to reveal that their victory was premature. He lets the story unfold far enough that his ending will leave no doubt about who truly reigns. The day is coming when you'll look back and see the pattern. You'll realize that every obstacle was a setup for revelation. The Red Sea didn't appear to destroy God's people, it appeared to display his glory. The obstacle was the stage, and the impossibility was the invitation for a miracle. That's how he works. The same sea that looked like death became the passage to destiny, and so it will be with you. The same people who tried to trap you will be the reason others witness your deliverance. God uses the traps of the enemy as training for his chosen. Every closed door is a redirection. Every betrayal, a bridge. Nothing is wasted in the hands of the eternal. Right now, God's wrath moves not in chaos, but in divine order. He's overturning conversations that were meant to harm you. He's pulling down altars built in your name by envy and deceit. And in their place, He's planting truth that will outlive every lie. You won't need to fight for credibility. Time and divine justice will speak for you. When God rises, He doesn't just silence your enemies, He strengthens your voice. Your words will begin to carry weight in rooms that once ignored you. Your name will be mentioned in places your feet haven't yet stepped. This is not coincidence, it's recompense. You endured humiliation, but you'll receive honor. You were overlooked, but now you'll be appointed. There's a moment in every chosen one's life when heaven decides to interrupt the narrative. You've reached that point. You won't need to beg for doors to open. They'll swing at the sound of your obedience. You won't need to chase opportunities. They'll recognize you. Because when God stands up, favor becomes your shadow. And though the process has been long, do not despise it. Wrath without wisdom destroys, but wrath guided by love restores. God is not punishing your enemies just to avenge you. He's cleansing the environment for your next assignment. He's preparing a space where your purpose can breathe freely again. Be still. Then, let heaven work. The same hand that shaped galaxies is now adjusting the details of your life. You don't need to shout, fight, or prove anything. The one who called you is now standing, and when He stands, no opposition can remain. You've been marked by something heaven refuses to ignore. No weapon has prospered against you. No curse has clung to your name, because you are sealed, chosen, and set apart. The blood that covers you is not symbolic. It is protection, covenant, and identity. The mark on your life isn't visible to human eyes, but the darkness recognizes it instantly. That is why the attacks have been fierce, because you carry a light that hell cannot extinguish. There's a reason why certain people couldn't stay. Why certain doors closed when you tried to force them open. The mark of God creates separation. It's not punishment, it's preservation. You were never meant to blend into crowds that dilute your purpose. The anointing on your life requires a level of purity that demands distance. Every isolation was heaven's way of saying, I'm keeping you safe. I think of an image, a lighthouse standing alone on a cliff, waves crashing, wind howling, but the light never goes out. It's not surrounded by company, it stands solitary so that it can guide others. That's you. You shine where others see only fog. You endure what others flee from. And because you keep shining, others will find their way. As the scripture reveals in the book of Psalms, chapter 121, verse 7, the Lord will keep you from all harm. He will watch over your life. God's protection is not passive. It is active, alive, surrounding you even in moments when you feel most exposed. You've been shielded from battles you never saw, spared from attacks that never reached you. Some things didn't happen, not because luck was on your side, but because the blood stood between you and destruction. Maybe lately you've been wondering, why does the warfare feel heavier even though I'm closer to God? Because protection doesn't mean the absence of battle. It means you'll still be standing when the battle ends. Just like a soldier wears armor not to avoid war, but to survive it. Your covering ensures your endurance. I once knew a woman who prayed daily for her children. Her life was simple, her faith quiet. Years later, when tragedy struck her community, people asked why her family was untouched. She only smiled and said, "It wasn't me, it was the mark." That's the mystery of divine covering its shields. Even when you don't realize it's there, God is keeping you. Chosen one. Even when you sleep, heaven doesn't. Angels move like watchmen at the borders of your destiny. The sickness that passed you by, the accident that never happened, the betrayal that was exposed just in time, none of it was random. It was the blood at work. Sometimes that protection feels like loss. People you loved begin to fade. Opportunities dissolve, and you're left holding confusion in your hands. But look again, those were walls disguised as wounds. What you lost was never yours to keep. It was what heaven removed to make space for peace. And now, after all the storms, you are stepping into a season where protection turns to provision. The same God who guarded your heart will now fill your hands, not so that you can boast, but so that you can bless. Protection is always followed by purpose. Picture a field after a wildfire. The surface looks black, lifeless. But weeks later, tiny green shoots begin to break through the ash. Life was hidden beneath what looked like destruction. That's what God is doing in your life right now. You're about to see new growth from old pain. This ministry, these words, these messages, they are that new growth too. They exist because someone before you believed in sowing seeds into good soil. Every message you've heard here is born from prayer, late nights, and the unshakable belief that heaven can speak through human voices. If what you've heard here has reached your heart, if you've felt seen, strengthened, or restored, then let that gratitude become a seed. Sharing this message, liking it, subscribing, or even giving a donation isn't a transaction. It's an act of agreement with what heaven is doing. Think of it like oil in a lamp. The flame cannot keep burning without fresh oil. Each prayer, each share, each offering of support is another drop of oil that keeps the message shining for others still wandering in the dark. You are not paying for words. You are partnering with the movement of light. And please, know this clearly. No one is ever obligated. Love cannot be demanded. The purpose of this calling is to pour into you, not to take from you. But if your heart feels stirred to pour back, do it freely and joyfully. That's how the kingdom multiplies, through willing hearts, not forced hands. Maybe your way of giving isn't financial. Maybe it's simply sharing this message with someone who needs hope tonight. Maybe it's praying for the team behind these words, asking heaven to keep the fire burning, whatever form it takes. Every act done in faith becomes part of the light. When you support what feeds you, you water the well that refreshes others. Imagine a spring in a desert. Every gift you pour in becomes another drop that keeps the well from drying. Somewhere out there, someone weary and searching will drink from it because you helped keep it flowing. So as you leave this moment, carry this truth. You are marked, covered, and called not just to receive blessing, but to become one. Every act of kindness, every moment of generosity is a reflection of that divine mark shining through you. If these words spoke to you, take a moment to like, share, or subscribe, not as routine clicks, but as sparks that keep this flame alive. And if you ever feel led to give, do it, as one pours water on thirsty soil freely, joyfully, believing new life will bloom where the message lands. You are part of this light now. Your kindness fuels its glow. There comes a moment in every chosen one's journey when silence breaks. But before celebration begins, testing deepens. You are walking through that moment now. Heaven has seen your endurance. And while the reward is near, God must first seal your heart so the blessing will not destroy what pain has built. This is the mystery of divine timing before God hands you the crown. He measures if your spirit can bear the weight. You have already passed through valleys that would have ended others. There were nights when even breathing felt like labor. Yet you rose, whispered a prayer, and faced another day. That persistence was not wasted. It became the proof of your calling. The fragrance of faith that reaches heaven. The angels record not only victories, but the moments you didn't quit. Every hidden trial has been shaping your authority. What others call suffering, heaven calls sculpting. Imagine a craftsman carving stone. Each strike seems destructive, but every cut brings clarity to the form within. God's blows are not cruel. They reveal what ordinary life cannot. That's what your current struggle is. Divine chiseling. The pain doesn't erase you. It defines you. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 27, verse 1. The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life, of whom shall I be afraid? You felt fear. You've stood in rooms where your spirit trembled, wondering if you'd survive another wave. But this verse isn't just comfort, it's identity. You are anchored to light, and light has never lost a war with darkness. The fear that chased you is now losing its grip because you are no longer running, you're standing. There's power in stillness. The enemy thrives on chaos, but heaven speaks in calm. Every time you choose peace over panic, you're declaring to the unseen world, my trust is my weapon. Once there was a man who built a garden beside a wasteland. Every morning, he watered the soil, though nothing seemed to grow. Neighbors laughed. They said he was wasting time. But one night, heavy rain came, and the next morning, sprouts covered the ground. Years of hidden watering became an overnight miracle. That's faith, quiet work that suddenly blooms. You've been watering your promise in a dry season. Others didn't see it, but heaven did. Now, the rain is approaching. The clouds you fear aren't storms of destruction, they're carriers of refreshing. Don't run from them. Welcome them. There's a shift happening around you now, subtle, sacred. You're beginning to notice peace in places where anxiety once ruled. People who drained you are drifting away, and you no longer feel the urge to chase them. That's not loss, it's alignment. God is simplifying your circle so He can amplify your calling. Every chosen one reaches this threshold, the place where isolation turns into illumination. You're not alone anymore, you're being refined. What felt like delay was protection. The timing of your breakthrough will make sense only when you look back and realize that every no was clearing space for the right yes. Some of you reading this feel like the flame in your heart is faint, almost gone. You wonder if God is still near, if your prayers still matter. But know this, fire doesn't die easily when heaven lit it. It might dim, it might flicker, but it never disappears. God doesn't abandon sparks, He breathes on them, and that breath is coming again. You will soon look in the mirror and not recognize yourself. not because you've changed outwardly, but because peace has become your reflection. The heaviness, the fear, the worry, they will fade like shadows at dawn. Your enemies, too, will witness this shift. They'll wonder how the same person they tried to break stands radiant now. That's divine contrast. The darker their intent, the brighter your resurrection. You're entering a season where small things will carry prophetic meaning. A song on the radio, a sentence in a book, a stranger's kindness. They'll feel like confirmations, because they are. Heaven speaks in whispers when your spirit is tuned. Listen closely. And when the blessings begin to arrive, don't hide from them. Some chosen ones are so used to warfare that peace feels unfamiliar. Receive it anyway. It's not a trap, it's your inheritance. You've sown in tears, now you will harvest in clarity. The fog is lifting, and your next step will no longer be a guess. It will be guided. God's wrath has handled your enemies. Now His mercy is handling your destiny. But before you move forward, pause. This is a sacred checkpoint. Heaven is asking for acknowledgement, not applause, not offering, just alignment. A moment where you say, "Yes, I see what you're doing," because agreement releases acceleration. So, if this word finds your spirit awake, type 888 in the comments below. This number is not superstition, it's symbolism. It represents new beginnings. Divin cycle completed, the start of a fresh chapter that flows with grace. When you type it, you're not typing digits, you're making declaration. I am stepping into renewal. No, every number in heaven carries vibration. And 888 sings of resurrection. It says your waiting was not wasted. Your wounds are becoming wisdom. And your next season will multiply what your last one tried to steal. So write it boldly, 888, not for me, not for validation, but as a sign between you and heaven that you're ready for new life. It's your whisper back to the God who never stopped speaking. Stand in that truth. The fear is breaking. The silence is lifting. And your light, God's light within you, is beginning to shine without restraint. There is a turning point in every divine story, the moment when what was meant to destroy you becomes the very reason you rise. You've reached that moment. The tides have shifted. What once felt like loss is transforming into testimony. Every wound you carry is becoming an entrance for glory. The heavens are no longer silent. They are working, weaving, and revealing. This is the season of reversal. Not just emotional comfort, but tangible transformation. Situations that seemed fixed are loosening. Conversations once filled with lies are turning toward truth. God is not only changing circumstances, He's changing the meaning of your past. What used to haunt you will soon honor you. Think of Joseph, the one betrayed by his brothers, forgotten in prison, and mocked by those who feared his dreams. When his story flipped, he didn't just survive, he became a deliverer. His betrayal was the bridge that led him to destiny. The same is happening to you. The things that once buried your confidence are becoming the roots of your influence. You may not feel ready, but heaven knows you are. Readiness is not about strength, it's about surrender. You've learned to trust even when broken, to believe even when blind, to praise even when nothing made sense. That's the kind of faith God rewards, the kind that doesn't need proof to keep standing. According to what is written in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28, And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. No, all things, those two words include everything. The tears, the betrayals, the mistakes, the delays. Nothing escapes that promise. God's plan doesn't skip the pain, it transforms it. Like gold refined in fire. You are emerging more radiant because of what tried to consume you. There's a kind of peace that only comes after the storm. It's not loud or dramatic, it's steady. Like sunlight filtering through clouds after rain. You begin to see how the pain connected to purpose, how every unanswered prayer was actually a redirection towards something better. Sometimes, divine reversal feels subtle at first. It's not always a sudden miracle. It's a slow unfolding, like dawn, breaking through a long night. One day, you realize the fear that once controlled you doesn't speak as loudly. The people who used to intimidate you no longer carry the same power. That's when you know the shift has begun. God doesn't just reverse situations, he restores dignity. He turns shame into evidence of grace. What you thought disqualified you becomes the proof that he was with you all along. You may not have the same strength you once did, but what you have now is deeper wisdom forged in fire. Imagine a tapestry woven from many colors. Up close, it looks chaotic, threads crossing, knots twisting, no order visible. But when you step back, the image comes into focus. That's how your life looks to heaven. The chaos was necessary for beauty. The knots were not mistakes. They were anchors of purpose. The reversal isn't only for you, it's for those watching you. Your restoration becomes revelation to others, still trapped in despair. They will look at your life and realize that God can still write new chapters after the darkest pages. You become the living proof that redemption isn't just a concept, it's a reality. And this reversal will not come quietly. The same mouths that spoke curses will be forced to speak blessings. The same stage where you were shamed will become the platform of your praise. God is rewriting your reputation. The labels others placed on you are being peeled away, replaced with heaven's truth, chosen, redeemed, restored. Some of your enemies will be witnesses to your elevation, not to humiliate them, but to educate them. God's justice always carries mercy. He doesn't destroy to prove power. He reveals power to bring repentance. When they see how he lifts you, they will know he is real. There's a sacred beauty in how God works. He lets you fall just enough to teach you humility, then raises you high enough to reveal his glory. He hides you long enough to build your foundation, then reveals you wide enough for his name to be known. Every fall had a purpose. Every rise has a reason. If you look back carefully, you'll notice a pattern. Every loss was followed by lesson, every ending by emergence. That is the rhythm of heaven. Die, then resurrect, lose, then find, fall, then rise. You've been living that rhythm all along. And now, you are crossing the bridge between survival and sovereignty. The season of merely holding on is giving way to the season of walking in authority. You will begin to see the fruit of every silent season. What was planted in pain will bloom in power. Don't resist this transition just because it feels unfamiliar. Reversal doesn't always feel easy. It often feels strange. When you've lived in struggle for so long, peace can feel foreign. Allow yourself to rest in it. You've earned this peace through perseverance. In the coming days, you'll begin to sense heaven's rhythm, aligning with your own heartbeat. Doors will open, not because you knock harder, but because timing has matured. People will reappear not to test you, but to honor what they once overlooked. Opportunities will surface that make sense only in light of what you've endured. You are walking into divine reversal, where every no that broke you becomes a yes that builds you. The pain didn't end your story, it authored your transformation. Remember this truth: grace always outlasts grief. God's plan doesn't erase your history, it redeems it. Your reversal isn't random, it's revelation. You are the living proof that even ashes can become art when heaven holds the brush. In this unfolding of divine justice, hidden things begin to surface. Secrets whispered in shadows are coming to light. You may feel the tension in the air, the sense that truth itself is restless, longing to be revealed. Heaven never allows deception to rule forever. The same hand that lifts the humble also uncovers what was done in darkness. You've been sensing it, haven't you? That quiet stirring in your spirit, like the moment before a storm breaks. It's not fear, it's awareness. The Holy Spirit often moves this way, first as a whisper, then as a wind, then as a wave that sweeps through everything false. You are about to witness what happens when God exposes the hidden plot. The exposure won't come through your anger or revenge. It will come through divine orchestration. Words, once used to slander, you will turn against the speakers. Lies that were crafted to discredit, you will crumble under the weight of truth. Heaven's justice has perfect timing. It waits until exposure will not just reveal the wicked, but restore the righteous. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 12, verse 19, truthful lips endure forever, but a lying tongue lasts only a moment. And that single verse is a law of the spirit world. Deception can glitter for a season, but it always rusts. Truth, though quiet, endures. You have lived that law. People may have believed the rumors for a while, but now truth is beginning to breathe again. Sometimes exposure is not dramatic, it's gentle. A conversation slips. A message resurfaces. A hidden motive becomes clear. Slowly, the mask falls away. You don't need to rush the process or celebrate someone else's downfall, just observe. The revelation of truth is both justice and mercy. Justice for you, mercy for them. Because exposure gives them a chance to repent before destruction completes its work. There was once a man who built his success on manipulation. Every lie seemed to prosper. Every deceit went unnoticed. Those who stood against him were mocked. But as years passed, small cracks appeared. One truth after another surfaced until the entire structure of deceit collapsed. Those he had harmed were vindicated, not because they fought back, but because they waited. Heaven handles truth like light. It enters quietly, then conquers everything. That's the pattern unfolding in your story. You no longer need to defend yourself. The truth you carry will defend you. Words may fade, but integrity echoes in eternity. The same God who watched your silent tears is now revealing what he recorded in secret. When God exposes the hidden, it's never random, it's restoration. The exposure isn't meant to humiliate your enemies, but to set divine order back in place. Darkness cannot exist indefinitely in the presence of light. Every hidden plot against you has already lost its power because the truth is walking toward the stage. You'll know it's happening not by noise, but by peace. Suddenly, You won't feel the need to explain. The rumors that once pierced your heart will lose their sting. You'll sense heaven saying, "Let me speak now." And when God speaks, silence follows, not out of fear, but out of recognition. The uncovering will also show you who truly stands with you. Some you thought loyal will vanish, others you never expected will appear. Don't grieve these shifts, they are divine filters. God is clarifying your circle. Only those who value truth can walk with you into the next chapter. As everything comes to light, you may feel both vindicated and vulnerable. That's normal. Exposure is a cleansing wind it removes, but it also refreshes. The air feels strange at first, thinner, lighter. That's because lies suffocate, truth breathes. You are entering that atmosphere now. Lies are losing oxygen. The exposure will ripple through more than just people, it will reach circumstances. Things that seemed delayed will suddenly move. Opportunities that were blocked will reopen once falsehood is removed. God doesn't just clear your name, He clears your path. Imagine a sunrise over a foggy valley. For hours, the fog hid everything. But the moment light breaks, the valley reveals its true beauty. That's what truth does. It doesn't create new things. It allows what was always good to be seen again. Do not wish destruction on anyone who wronged you. The goal of divine exposure isn't revenge, it's correction. Some will turn from their ways when truth finds them. Others will resist and fall. But that is their choice. Your responsibility is to remain pure in heart while heaven handles justice. You are standing in a sacred moment of transition. The scales of heaven are moving. Not in chaos, but in balance. The same God who watches over the righteous also disciplines the deceitful. What He exposes now will protect generations after you. So hold your peace and let truth do what truth always does. Shine. You don't need to force recognition. Authenticity has its own gravity. Those meant to see will see. Those meant to leave will leave. Soon, when the dust settles, you'll realize you didn't just survive deception, you mastered discernment. You will move differently now. Speak differently. Choose differently. Not because you're bitter, but because you're wiser. You'll thank God one day for every lie, because each one sharpened your understanding of truth. What was meant to break you has built you into someone who cannot be deceived again. Let the unveiling continue. Trust the process. The truth is no longer hidden, it's walking toward you with open hands. When God begins to roar, the atmosphere itself responds. Everything that once oppressed you begins to tremble. The same battles that intimidated you now look smaller because you've grown stronger. This is not arrogance, it's awareness. You finally recognize who stands beside you. You no longer speak from fear, you speak from fire. The silence that once surrounded you has transformed into a symphony of power. You can feel heaven's vibration in your chest. That holy tension between peace and war. God is moving. Not gently this time, but like a lion reclaiming his territory. The roar is not anger, it's authority. Every echo of that sound shakes structures that were never meant to stand. As the scriptures remind us in the book of Amos, chapter 3, verse 8, the lion has roared, who will not fear? The sovereign Lord has spoken, who can but prophesy? That roar is not around you, it's within you. God's Spirit has merged with your own. And now, when you speak, your words carry the vibration of heaven. This is the mystery of the anointed. What once frightened you now flees from you. You've become the voice through which divine justice thunders. The roar of heaven doesn't sound like noise, it sounds like purpose. When you pray now, your words don't vanish into the air, they land like arrows. Every sentence is guided, every declaration targeted. This is what it means to walk in divine authority. You're not begging anymore, you're commanding by covenant. Once, you were the hunted. You spent nights running from shadows of fear, questioning your worth, shrinking to survive. But now, you've been transformed into the pursuer. You no longer react to darkness, darkness reacts to you. The enemy that once chased you now trembles when you wake. Picture a lioness walking through tall grass, every step silent, but every presence known. That's what you carry now, an invisible command that shifts the unseen. The roar of heaven doesn't have to be loud to be lethal. Sometimes it's a whisper that breaks chains. You may have wondered why God didn't step in sooner, why he let you fight battles that seemed beyond your strength. But those moments were the making of you. A soldier who has never faced resistance cannot wield authority. The roar that comes through you now carries the memory of every tear, every fight, every surrender. You earned this authority in silence. God's roar through your life will expose false voices. Those who pretended to carry light but spread confusion will fall silent. Not because you confront them, but because your presence carries truth. Where truth walks, lies lose air. And that roar, it's not always verbal. Sometimes it's in your peace that cannot be shaken. Sometimes it's in your quiet obedience. Sometimes it's in your decision to forgive when others expect fury. That's when heaven roars the loudest, through restraint, through mercy, through wisdom. There's a line drawn in the spirit now. Those who mocked your faith will soon witness its fruit. The roar is clearing the air. Confusion is being scattered. You'll notice clarity coming like light breaking through fog. You won't have to ask for direction anymore. Your spirit will simply know. That's what divine alignment feels like. The world may still be loud, but inside, peace reigns. You'll find yourself walking into places where fear used to live. And suddenly, the air feels different. It's not arrogance, it's atmosphere. The roar within you has claimed that space. Remember, lions do not roar to find courage. They roar to remind the world who they are. You don't need to prove your worth anymore. Just stand, speak truth, and let the sound of your faith echo through the unseen. The roar announces territory, reclaimed. You may not hear thunder, but heaven does. Every prayer you whisper now resounds like a roar in the spirit realm. Angels respond, barriers break, fear retreats. That's the impact of a chosen one, walking in full awareness of who they carry. So don't minimize your voice anymore. Don't apologize for the power that radiates from you. You're not intimidating, you're illuminating. Those who can't handle your fire were never meant to walk in your flame. This is the hour where God roars through his chosen, not to destroy, but to declare. The earth is responding to your sound. Creation recognizes the frequency of obedience, and even the atmosphere adjusts when you speak truth. Your roar is worship, not noise. It's the echo of alignment, the language of those who have survived hell and still sing. Let your life speak louder than your pain. Let your strength prophesy without words. The roar within you is not learned, it's inherited. Type, "I stand firm," in the comments below. Not as a routine phrase, but as a declaration that you no longer tremble, you stand. It's your way of saying, "The roar is in me now." When you write it, heaven takes notice, because every lion must one day recognize its own voice. When you type, "I stand firm," you're not just writing words, you're activating a truth already planted inside you. You are declaring that no matter what comes, your foundation will not crack. Standing firm doesn't mean life becomes easy. It means your faith becomes unshakable. It is the stance of a warrior who has seen storms but refuses to bow to them again. It's your silent roar, your way of saying, "I know who walks with me." Heaven hears that phrase as covenant language, a vow between Creator and creation. Every time you affirm it, the ground beneath your feet strengthens. It's a reminder to every opposing force that you are no longer moved by fear, but rooted in divine confidence. So when you write it, feel the weight of that truth settle in your bones. You are not standing against something, you are standing for something. Truth, purpose, destiny. You are anchored, chosen, and immovable. You've been through the valley long enough. The place where tears once watered the ground beneath you is no longer a site of mourning. It's becoming fertile soil for miracles. You can feel it, can't you? That quiet shift, that invisible turning where grief starts giving way to gratitude. What was once pain has now become preparation. There's a strength rising within you, one that no applause can validate and no criticism can destroy. You've seen too much to doubt now. You've learned that God's silence was never abandonment, it was strategy. While you thought He was doing nothing, He was building everything. This is the season when what's inside you begins to speak louder than what's against you. The fear that once controlled you has lost its voice. The same battles that broke you are now bowing before the faith that grew from their ashes. Every loss taught you language. Every tear became training. You're no longer defined by what happened to you. You're defined by what you've become through it. As the Word of God declares in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." That promise isn't for a moment, it's for every breath. Strength isn't about never feeling weak, it's about never surrendering to fear. Courage doesn't erase uncertainty, it simply reminds you that God walks through it with you. You've come too far to stop now. The mountain ahead of you isn't an obstacle, it's an invitation. Every step upward brings you closer to the view God promised. Don't look back at the valley with regret. Look back with reverence. It raised you, trained you, and showed you what survival looks like when grace is the only thing holding you. But as your steps become stronger and your vision clearer, something sacred begins to happen. You realize you're not climbing just for yourself. There are others who will one day walk this same road, and they will find their way because you lit the path. Every chosen one eventually becomes a guide. That's what this message, this voice, this space is about. Not performance, not popularity, but partnership. You're part of something living. These words, these moments, exist because hearts like yours keep them alive. Behind the scenes are hands writing, praying, preparing not for profit, but for purpose. If these messages have ever strengthened you, reminded you that God still speaks, or brought calm to your chaos, then let that gratitude breathe. Take a moment to like, share, and subscribe, not as an obligation, but as an act of connection. Every time you do, the light travels farther. It crosses borders, time zones, languages, and reaches someone whose hope is hanging by a thread. Your small act could be the spark that keeps their faith alive. And if your spirit ever feels stirred to go deeper, to pour back into what's been pouring into you, consider donating not as payment, but as participation. Think of it like watering a well that never runs dry. You've drawn encouragement here, and your giving, whether prayer, time, or resources, helps ensure that others can drink too. Giving is like planting seeds in soil you may never walk upon. You might not see every bloom, but heaven will. Every seed becomes a testimony. Every offering becomes oil that keeps the fire burning. And please understand this clearly. There is no demand, no pressure, no expectation. The kingdom of God doesn't thrive on force. It flourishes through willing hearts. What you choose to do is between you and heaven. Whether you give, share, pray, or simply keep listening, each act carries light. You're not funding a message, you're fueling a mission. You're helping keep the doors open for someone who's too broken to knock. Maybe your offering isn't financial right now. Maybe it's your time, your prayers, your words of encouragement in the comments below. That matters more than you think. Every comment is another echo of faith, another signal to heaven that people still believe in goodness. When you choose to support, you're not filling a jar, you're expanding a river. Rivers don't store water, they move it, carrying refreshment to dry places. That's what your generosity does. It flows through you, into others, and back again. If you've ever felt seen, strengthened, or steadied through this message, let that peace overflow into action. Share it so someone else can breathe again. If your heart nudges you to give, follow that nudge with joy. It's not a transaction, it's transformation in motion. Because every time a soul finds hope through your small act, heaven smiles, and that's a reward far greater than anything money could buy. You are not just a listener, you are a co-builder of light. Together, we keep this flame alive. There are moments in a chosen one's journey when heaven feels near enough to touch, and yet the path ahead remains uncertain. You've reached such a moment, not of confusion, but of confirmation. God is not hiding, He's guiding, though His guidance now comes through maturity, not miracles. The signs you used to ask for no longer appear in the same way because your spirit has grown. You no longer need constant reassurance. You're learning to walk by inner conviction. There's a stillness in your heart that wasn't there before. It's not emptiness, it's stability. You've stopped begging heaven to prove itself because you've already seen enough. What you want now is not spectacle but substance. You want wisdom. You want endurance. You want to hear the Father's voice in the wind of ordinary days. That's spiritual adulthood, the stage where obedience becomes worship and consistency becomes revelation. It's easy to love God when the fire falls. It's harder to love Him in the quiet. In the days when the divine feels distant and the routine feels heavy. But that's where your faith is refined. The miracle of this season is not what happens around you, but what is forming within you. The Word of God declares in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 12, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love Him." That crown is not only eternal, it's experiential. Every time you remain faithful in a test, you wear a piece of that crown. The invisible becomes visible through endurance. Heaven recognizes the moments you choose righteousness when compromise seems easier. Those are the unseen victories that shape your destiny. I once met a man who said, "I used to think faith meant never feeling fear. Now I know faith is walking forward even when fear whispers." That's the essence of perseverance. Faith doesn't erase emotion, it transcends it. You're not called to be emotionless, you're called to be anchored. Think of a ship in a storm. The waves are wild, the wind violent, but the anchor holds it steady. The ship still moves, but it doesn't drift. That's what perseverance looks like in the life of the chosen. You may shake, you may cry, but you don't quit. And that refusal to quit is what separates those who are called from those who are chosen. Every time you refuse to give up, heaven recorded it as worship. Every tear shed in faith became a pearl in your crown. You might not have felt divine glory in those moments, but it surrounded you nonetheless. God doesn't need your perfection. He desires your persistence. It's important to understand that spiritual growth often comes wrapped in monotony. When God trusts you, He doesn't always dazzle you. He disciplines you. Discipline isn't punishment, it's partnership. He trains those He trusts. So if this season feels repetitive, don't mistake it for stagnation. You're in spiritual training, learning consistency that miracles alone can't teach. Sometimes, faith feels like walking through fog. You can't see far, but you can take one more step. That's how you learn to trust, not by knowing the whole path, but by believing that every step is guided. Each act of obedience creates light for the next one. Slowly, your steps carve a trail, others will follow. And perhaps that's why you've faced such intense opposition. The enemy doesn't fear your past, he fears your endurance. He knows that if you keep walking, even limping, you'll arrive at your promise. You're a threat, not because you shout loud, but because you don't stop. Patience is not passive waiting, it's active faith. It's the courage to stay planted when everything in you wants to uproot. Remember, even trees grow in silence. You can't hear the roots stretching downward, but they are. The deeper the roots, the higher the branches will reach. That's what God is doing, building depth before display. This stage of your journey is about learning to rest without retreating, to stand firm without striving, to know that your value is not proven by what you produce, but by who you remain. God isn't asking you to perform, He's asking you to persevere. The quiet seasons often feel like tests, but they are actually transitions. The same way dawn doesn't announce itself with a trumpet, your next chapter is already forming quietly. When the time is right, what's been hidden will emerge. But for now, your job is to stay steady. If you look closely, you'll see that the miracles haven't stopped, they've just changed form. The miracle now is peace in uncertainty. It's clarity in confusion. It's joy that doesn't depend on circumstance. That's deeper than any visible wonder. And when you feel weary, remind yourself, every delay is still movement in heaven's eyes. God measures differently. What feels like waiting to you looks like building to Him. He's not withholding, He's preparing. The longer He takes, the stronger the structure He's forming. You will look back and realize that the tests you hated most taught you the strength you needed most. They built your discernment, refined your compassion, and proved your trust. That is the crown of life James spoke of, its authority birthed from endurance. So breathe. You are not behind. You're right where grace has positioned you. The fact that you're still here means you've already passed more tests than you realize. Heaven doesn't applaud noise, it honors endurance. Let this truth settle deep. Consistency is its own anointing. The longer you remain faithful, the more heaven invests in you. The weight you carry now is not punishment, it's preparation for glory. And one day soon, the very patience that feels painful will become power. The season that felt empty will overflow. Because God never wastes faith, He multiplies it. There's a shift happening beneath the surface of your life right now. You may not see it, but heaven is rearranging things in your favor. The battles you've been fighting are not signs of abandonment, they're proof that promotion is near. Before every major elevation, the ground shakes. God shakes what cannot remain, so that what is eternal can stand firm. For a long time, you've wondered why it felt like everything familiar was being stripped away. People, plans, even dreams that once inspired you began to lose their shape. It's not because you failed, it's because you've outgrown that level. The caterpillar never imagines that losing its old skin is a sign of transformation. Yet it's the only way to fly. Heaven has seen your endurance through loss, your faith in the middle of uncertainty. Now comes the stage of renewal, the rebuilding, the reawakening, the divine reintroduction of who you really are. The one who entered this season is not the same person who will exit it. What's being formed in you is a new expression of strength, anchored not in noise, but in knowing. According to what is written in the book of Hosea, chapter 6, verse 3, "Let us acknowledge the Lord. Let us press on to know Him. As surely as the sun rises, He will appear. He will come to us like the winter rains, like the spring rains that water the earth." End of quote. This verse isn't only a promise, it's a prophecy over your timeline. Just as the rains return each season, so will renewal come to you. You may have felt dry, forgotten, unseen, but like the earth after drought, your spirit is about to be watered again. The same God who allowed the drought is the one who commands the rain. Rain in the Bible always symbolizes refreshing after resistance. It means that your wilderness is ending. Every delay that once frustrated you is now becoming the reason your roots run deeper. You were not buried, you were being planted. There's a difference. Buried things die, but planted things grow, and growth always begins unseen. In this moment, heaven is whispering something simple yet powerful. You are not finished, you are being refreshed. The dryness was never permanent, it was divine pruning. You were being emptied of what no longer serves your next chapter. When the rain comes, it doesn't ask the soil for permission, it simply falls. In the same way, blessing will not ask your readiness, it will overtake you. You've already proven your faith through waiting. Now, the refreshing will find you. I once heard a story about a gardener who pruned his vines until they looked lifeless. A neighbor, horrified, asked, "Why cut away what was growing?" The gardener smiled and said, "So it can grow stronger." Months later, the same vines produced double the fruit. That's what heaven has been doing with you, cutting to multiply. Do not mourn the pruning. Every closed door, every ending, every goodbye, it's fertilizer. The soil of your past is feeding the roots of your future. You are not empty, you are enriched. Soon, you'll feel it, a peace that doesn't depend on evidence, a gentle confidence that whispers, "It's already done." That's the language of rain, the quiet assurance that growth has begun even before the sprouts appear. You may wake up one morning and realize that the heaviness you used to carry is gone. The burden lifted not because the problem disappeared, but because you've changed. That's what spiritual renewal looks like. You no longer see through the eyes of pain, but through the eyes of promise. And when that moment comes, you'll recognize that what once broke you actually built you. Every unanswered prayer was redirection, not rejection. Every loss was a lesson carved into your destiny. God never subtracts without the intention to multiply later. The atmosphere around you is shifting. You are stepping into a new rhythm, the rhythm of rest after resistance. You will no longer strive to prove your worth. You will simply live from it. You won't need to chase blessings. They will recognize the fragrance of your obedience and follow you home. But as this shift unfolds, heaven often asks for acknowledgement, a small prophetic act of agreement, something that marks the transition from waiting to receiving. So if these words resonate with the rhythm of your spirit, type 444 in the comments below. It's not about numbers, it's about meaning. 444 symbolizes divine alignment, the balance of heaven's order with your earthly path. It's the signature of stability after chaos, of foundation after fire. When you write it, you're declaring that your life is synchronizing with heaven's design, that everything you're timing, your relationships, your direction is aligning with God's perfect pattern. You're saying, "I'm ready for order. I'm ready for renewal." The repetition of 4 is not coincidence. It mirrors the 4 winds, the 4 corners of the earth, the 4 rivers that flowed from Eden. It's the number of establishment of something built to last. Typing it isn't a ritual, it's revelation. It means you recognize that what God is doing now is permanent. As you declare, "Patru sute patruzech, shi patru," imagine your roots sinking deeper, your spirit stretching wider, and your future standing taller. You're not stepping into chaos, you're stepping into divine structure. The storm has passed, and the soil of your life is fertile again. You have weathered enough to know that growth rarely feels gentle, but it always feels right once it's revealed. This is your moment of divine rain, the gentle return of purpose after pruning. Let it fall. Let it soak. Let it renew everything within you. There is a sacred cost to being chosen, a weight invisible to the world, but heavy upon the soul. Many admire the favor on your life, but few understand the fire that forged it. To be chosen is not to be comfortable. It is to be called into refinement. The anointing you carry didn't come cheaply. It was pressed out of pain, purified by loneliness, and sealed through surrender. Every chosen one walks a road others avoid. It is narrow, steep, and sometimes silent. You lose people, not because you are unlovable, but because your purpose demands separation. The crowd cannot walk where consecration leads. There's a loneliness that accompanies greatness, not as punishment, but as protection. God isolates before he elevates. He hides his treasures before he reveals them. There were times when you asked, "Why me?" Not out of pride, but exhaustion. You didn't ask to carry this much, to fight this hard, to be misunderstood this often. But heaven's response has always been the same. Because I can trust you with the weight. The oil on your life comes from the crushing that others would not survive. According to what is written in the book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." That verse isn't minimizing your pain, it's magnifying your purpose. What feels unbearable now is producing something eternal inside you. Heaven calls it glory, not fame, not recognition, but a weight of divine authority that cannot be earned through comfort. Every tear you've cried has watered something eternal. Every disappointment has been converted into discernment. The very moments that broke your heart have become blueprints for compassion. You can speak to pain with authority because you've survived it. You've looked despair in the eye and said, "You don't define me." That's what gives your voice weight, experience sanctified by grace. Imagine a blacksmith shaping a blade. He holds the metal to the fire, beats it, cools it, then heats it again. The process looks cruel, but every strike brings strength. The heat doesn't weaken it, tempers. The same hands that hold the hammer also shape the weapon. That's how God has worked with you. Every season of fire has been forging endurance. Every moment of pressure has been producing precision. Your strength isn't accidental, it's engineered. The intensity of your trials was matched perfectly to the depth of your calling. You were never being punished, you were being prepared. Heaven doesn't waste agony. It recycles it into anointing. There is a sacred loneliness in this process that few understand. While others rest, you wrestle. While others chase comfort, you chase calling. It's easy to envy those with easier paths, but you carry something greater responsibility. You are not just blessed, you are entrusted. God trusted you with rejection so that you could carry compassion. He trusted you with failure so you could understand grace. He trusted you with waiting so you could teach others how to endure. Even your wounds are ministries in disguise. And yet, though the journey is hard, it's holy. Each test has revealed another layer of strength. You've learned to walk with humility, to speak with wisdom, to love without expectation. That's the mark of the refined, the ones who could have grown bitter but chose to grow better. You may not realize it, but your endurance has become intercession. Your faith has been standing in the gap for others without you knowing it. There are people alive and hopeful today because your prayers built bridges for them. Heaven has recorded your persistence, not just your victories. Sometimes the weight feels unfair, but remember, God never anoints beyond your ability to carry. If the assignment feels heavier now, it's because you've grown stronger. You are not the same person who started this journey. The wilderness that once terrified you has become your classroom. You've learned the language of patience, the rhythm of faith, and the melody of surrender. Look back at the storms you thought would drown you. They became your proving ground. The betrayals that broke your heart refined your discernment. The silence of heaven taught you how to listen beyond noise. Every experience, painful or peaceful, has added to your authority. The cost of being chosen is not loss alone, it's transformation. You give up comfort and gain clarity. You lose people but find purpose. You sur des plans, but inherit peace. That's the paradox of calling. The more you release, the more you receive. And though it may not feel like it, this cost is the greatest honor. It means heaven saw something in you worth investing in. The weight on your shoulders is not a burden, it's proof of trust. God gives heavier assignments to hearts. He has tested deeply. You are now entering the phase where the oil begins to flow freely. What once felt like breaking will now feel like birthing. The pressure remains, but now it produces overflow. You will begin to see how the crushing was never about pain, it was about preparation. Think of an olive in the press. It must be crushed to release its essence. Without pressure, there is no oil. Without surrender, nor anointing. You are that olive. The press was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to reveal what's inside you. And soon, those who doubted your endurance will see the shine of your oil. Not arrogance, not revenge, but radiance, the kind that comes only from refinement. They'll realize that the one who walked through fire now carries flame. This is the sacred cost of being chosen, to be set apart so that others can be set free. To walk alone for a season so that you can lead many in the next. To bleed privately so that you can heal publicly. You have paid that price. And heaven is about to unveil the reward, not in gold or glory, but in impact. So lift your head. Not in pride, but in gratitude. You've survived the press, endured the fire, and remained faithful in the furnace. That is the true victory, not that you avoided pain, but that you transcended it. The tide is turning. The season that once felt like endless trial is beginning to yield quiet fruit. You might not see the full harvest yet, but there's a shift in the air, a different weight in your spirit, a lightness that whispers. Something new is growing. You have moved from surviving to stabilizing, from constantly defending to quietly building. The chaos around you hasn't disappeared, but it no longer defines you. What once overwhelmed you now teaches you. You've learned to recognize peace not as the absence of trouble, but as the presence of order. The storms no longer frighten you because you've seen who stands in the middle of them. The same Jesus who calmed the sea is still speaking over your waters, not always silencing the waves, but steadying the boat. He's teaching you that real safety isn't the lack of wind, it's the anchor of faith. There's a maturity rising within you, one that only comes through endurance. You no longer seek quick answers or immediate escape. You've begun to appreciate process, to see how divine timing wraps protection around every delay. What once felt like punishment now feels like wisdom. You can look back and thank God for the doors that didn't open, for the paths that detoured, for the prayers that seemed unanswered but were actually redirected. We are reminded through the writings in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6. He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. Oh, this verse isn't only comfort, it's confirmation. It means the story isn't over, and the pen is still in divine hands. God doesn't abandon his craftsmanship midway. What he starts, he sustains. What he designs, he completes. You may feel unfinished, but heaven calls you in progress, a masterpiece under construction, not a mistake in repair. You're standing in a season of subtle rebuilding. There's no loud announcement, no visible fireworks, just slow, steady restoration. God is replacing what you lost, piece by piece. But this time, stronger. The relationships being formed now are purer, the opportunities more aligned, the peace more rooted. You no longer crave recognition, you crave rightness. Think of how a potter works with broken clay. When the vessel cracks, he doesn't discard it. He gathers the fragments, moistens them, and begins again, pressing, shaping, turning until the fractures blend into beauty. That's your life right now. The potter has not abandoned you. He's reworking you. What broke you will not define you. It will decorate you. The cracks in your story are becoming the lines through which light escapes. Restoration doesn't always look like the return of what was lost. Sometimes it's the arrival of something better. You might not regain what you expected, but you'll receive what you actually needed. God's replacements are never downgrades. They are upgrades, disguised as delays. There's a wisdom that comes only from being rebuilt. You start to sense what belongs and what doesn't. The noise that once distracted you now feels foreign. You can discern peace like a trained ear identifies a single melody in a crowd. That's discernment born from deliverance. You've learned what chaos sounds like. So now you can protect your calm. This rebuilding season is teaching you rhythm, the pace of grace. You're learning that not everything holy is hurried. Some miracles take time to mature. God isn't just answering prayers. He's aligning environments. He's arranging timing, people, and resources so that when fulfillment comes, you'll have the capacity to sustain it. Be patient with your own process. You're not late, you're being layered. Strength, compassion, discernment, humility. All these are being added to you quietly. Others may not notice, but heaven does. Growth isn't always visible. Sometimes it's invisible roots, spreading deep beneath the soil of your daily obedience. You are not who you were when the battle began. There's a calmness in your voice that wasn't there before, a steadiness in your walk, a knowing that doesn't need to prove itself. You've transitioned from reaction to revelation. That's what maturity feels like, not emotionless, but anchored. And in that maturity, you begin to see people differently too. The ones who hurt you no longer hold power over you. You can bless them without bitterness. That's not weakness, it's dominion. Forgiveness is the crown of the healed. When you can release what once wounded you, you prove that you've risen above it. The rebuilding continues inside you as well. Old fears no longer find room. Old patterns lose appeal. Even your thoughts are shifting, less chaos, more clarity. That's how renewal works. It starts in the invisible and manifests outward. The change you sense within is evidence that heaven is finishing what it started. You'll notice that your prayers have changed too. You no longer pray only for escape. You pray for endurance. You no longer ask for comfort. You ask for clarity. Those are the prayers of someone who's no longer running but reigning. You're not fighting for peace anymore, you're flowing in it. This transformation is quiet but powerful. Like dawn breaking over a mountain range, the light doesn't rush, it rises. Slowly, steadily, it conquers the dark. The night doesn't vanish in an instant. It surrenders, minute by minute, to the certainty of morning. That's how your healing is happening too, subtly, but surely. And just as the sun rises without fail, your completion is guaranteed. God does not forget what He forms. The same hand that shaped your beginning is perfecting your becoming. Every detail, every scar, every delay, every detour was always part of His design. So breathe deeply in this moment. You're not lost, you're loved. You're not broken, you're becoming. The chaos has done its work. Now calm takes the stage. The God who began the good work in you hasn't stopped. He's just shifted to the finishing touches. Let peace settle in your bones. Let gratitude replace striving. The hardest part is behind you. The healing is happening, and heaven is smiling, not because you've arrived, but because you've endured. There comes a time in every chosen one's journey when heaven itself declares, "Enough." The accusations fall silent. The storms begin to calm, and the voice of truth rises louder than every lie that was ever spoken about you. You are entering that time now, the hour when God's own verdict is being read over your life. For so long, you've been misunderstood, misrepresented, and even misjudged. You tried to explain, to prove, to clear your name. But every word seemed to vanish into air. What you didn't know then is that heaven had already recorded your innocence. You didn't need to fight your case because God had already signed your acquittal. There's a holy hush in heaven when divine justice speaks. It doesn't come with thunder, it comes with clarity. People may not apologize, but truth will vindicate you. Circumstances may not reverse instantly, but the peace within you will testify louder than any public defense ever could. You don't have to prove who you are anymore. Your endurance already did that. According to what is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 7, instead of your shame, you will receive a double portion, and instead of disgrace, you will rejoice in your inheritance. You will inherit a double portion, and everlasting joy will be yours. That promise is your inheritance. You don't just quote it, you embody it. Every lie that rose against you is now dissolving under the weight of divine truth. What was meant to tarnish your reputation is becoming the testimony that highlights God's protection. There is peace in vindication that words cannot describe. It's not loud or boastful. It's the quiet knowing that heaven has spoken. You begin to notice it in small ways. The same people who ignored you now start asking for your wisdom. The same doors that slammed shut now open without effort. You realize that vindication is not about revenge, it's about restoration. You are being restored not only in reputation, but in influence. God is returning your voice to places where it was once silenced. But this time, your tone has changed. It's softer, wiser, richer. Because true vindication doesn't produce pride, it produces peace. There's a story of a man wrongly accused in a village. For years, he was mocked, avoided, labeled. One morning, the village elder called everyone together and said, "The truth has come out." But the man didn't shout, didn't gloat. He simply smiled and began rebuilding his home. When asked why he didn't celebrate louder, he said, "I lost years to the lie. I won't lose more to pride." That is what divine vindication looks like, quiet strength. You, too, have reached that place. Your calmness is no longer confusion, it's confidence. You no longer need to announce that you've healed. The fruit of your life will show it. Every act of kindness, every patient word, every gentle response is proof that you've already won. And yet, this is not the end of your story. It's the beginning of a new kind of purpose. The very pain that tried to silence you has become the platform for your message. There are others walking through what you survived, and your voice will become their direction. Your vindication was never just for you, it was for those who will find hope through your story. This message you're hearing, this space that continually pours out reminders of faith, hope, and renewal, it exists because people like you kept listening, kept believing, and kept supporting. What you receive freely here is sustained by unseen hands and open hearts. If this word has spoken peace into your spirit, if it's helped you find clarity or courage, Then let your gratitude become part of the light that keeps shining. Take a moment to like, share, and subscribe, not as an act of routine, but as a ripple of impact. Every click sends this message further, like waves reaching distant shores where hearts still search for comfort. And if you ever feel led to give, consider donating not out of duty, but out of delight. Think of it as adding oil to a lamp that lights dark paths. Every offering, no matter how small, becomes a spark that keeps hope alive for someone else. This isn't a transaction, it's participation. You're helping ensure that words like these continue to reach souls who have forgotten that they're seen. Giving is like planting seeds into soil you may never walk upon. You might not see every tree that grows, but heaven counts every seed. Each act of generosity builds something lasting in the unseen, a legacy of light that will outlive us all. And remember, you are never pressured. The kingdom doesn't demand, it invites. Whether your way of giving is prayer, sharing, or financial support, it's the heart behind it that heaven receives. You are not paying for words, you're partnering with purpose. There's an old image from the early church. Believers gathered by candlelight, each person adding a small flame until the entire room glowed. No one flame was brighter than the rest, but together they chased away the dark. That's what your support does. You are one of those lights, your presence, your kindness, your faith. So, if this message has touched you, share it so someone else can breathe again. Let your action be the echo of the grace you've just received. And if your heart stirs to give with joy, knowing you're not feeding an organization, you're feeding the flame of transformation. Finally, leave a short comment below, something from your heart. It could be a word of gratitude, a line of reflection, or simply, I receive this peace. Each comment is another spark that keeps this fire alive and helps the message reach the one who needs it next. God's justice has cleared your name. Now your generosity can clear the path for another. The same peace you've received can flow through you to others. That's how heaven multiplies blessing through hearts that have learned to give freely. Your story of vindication is not over. It's expanding. You were cleared, not just to be free, but to become a beacon. Shine gently, give freely, love deeply, because what heaven restores in you is meant to restore the world around you. There is a deep beauty in purity, one that cannot be fabricated or faked. It's not the kind of purity that demands perfection. It's the purity of motive, the cleanness of intention, the quiet alignment between your heart and God's heart. You've carried battles that would have made many bitter, yet somehow you've emerged softer, not harder. That is your hidden strength. The fire did not burn you, it refined you. You have come through seasons that tested the core of who you are. Betrayal, disappointment, misunderstanding, all of it could have corrupted your spirit. But instead of hatred, you chose healing. Instead of revenge, you chose release. You didn't let pain poison you, you let it purify you. That is why heaven trusts you now. God's power does not rest on untested hearts. It rests on those who have learned mercy while standing in the middle of injustice. There was a time when you thought your kindness was weakness. You wondered if your forgiveness made you naive, if your compassion made you an easy target. But now, you see it differently. Mercy is not weakness, it's warfare. Every time you forgave, you broke a chain in the spirit. Every time you chose grace instead of retaliation, You silence the enemy's accusations. You have been winning invisible battles all along. According to what is written in the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 8, "Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God." This verse is more than a promise, it's a posture. To see God means to perceive His movements, even when others can't. It means recognizing His fingerprints in ordinary days. Purity of heart sharpens vision. That's why you're beginning to sense things others overlook. Why your spirit catches whispers before they become words. The clearer your heart, the clearer your sight. The enemy has always targeted purity, not because it's fragile, but because it's powerful. A pure heart can hear heaven clearly. That's why so many distractions came your way. Temptations, bitterness, offense, weariness. Each one was designed to cloud your clarity, yet you refused to let your heart harden. You fought not just for survival, but for softness. And that softness is your strength. Think of water flowing over stone. It seems gentle, yet it shapes mountains. That's what a pure heart does. It moves quietly, yet nothing can withstand it. The world values noise, but heaven values purity. When your heart stays clean, your prayers pierce through heaven like light through glass. There's a freedom in living unoffended. You begin to realize that you don't need to prove anyone wrong or carry anyone's apology to move forward. You let go not because they were right, but because you refuse to stay bound. Forgiveness is how you keep your heart light enough to soar. Purity doesn't mean you ignore pain. It means you process it through truth. It's looking at wounds and saying, "This hurt me, but it won't define me." It's feeling deeply, but choosing wisely. It's letting God handle what your emotions can't heal. That is how the pure see God, not with perfect behavior, but with open vision. Many confuse purity with naivety, but you've learned they are not the same. Naivety is blindness, purity is clarity. Naivety doesn't see evil, purity sees it and chooses not to become it. The pure are not unaware, they are uncorrupted. They walk through filth but remain unstained. That's the miracle of grace operating within you. Your heart has been tested, and heaven has found it faithful. You've cried prayers that few have heard, whispered forgiveness when no one deserved it, and kept serving when you felt unseen. Those hidden acts are what make your anointing authentic. God doesn't anoint public performance, He anoints private integrity. There's a sacred transparency about you now. You're no longer afraid to be vulnerable because you've realized vulnerability isn't weakness, it's worship. When you live with a clean heart, nothing owns you. Guilt can't chain you. Shame can't follow you. And fear can't define you. The same light that purified you now radiates through you. I once met a woman who carried peace like a fragrance. People didn't understand her serenity. They called it naivety. But what they didn't see were the years of heartbreak she had survived. Her calmness was not ignorance, it was victory. She had learned that nothing external could corrupt her inner altar once it was consecrated. That's the kind of peace purity produces. Unshaken, unbothered, unbreakable. If you feel unseen right now, remember, purity is often hidden. Diamonds are formed underground, not in the light. They are buried, pressured, and polished in darkness before they shine. That's what God has been doing with you. Every private choice to stay clean, every hidden act of faithfulness, has been carving brilliance into your soul. Soon, that purity will speak louder than any platform ever could. People will sense something different about you and not know why. They'll feel peace around you without hearing a sermon. That's how the pure reveal God. They carry His presence effortlessly. You've been through too much to waste your heart on bitterness now. Let it stay light. Keep your motives clean. You are not competing. You are cultivating. You're not here to prove. You're here to shine. The world may chase power, but heaven releases it only through the pure. That's why your season of pruning was so long. It wasn't punishment, it was purification. God was removing everything that could cloud the clarity of His reflection in you. Now, when you speak, your words will carry the fragrance of authenticity. Your prayers will carry weight because they come from sincerity. Your presence will calm storms because you've learned to carry peace. The light you carry will not just expose darkness, it will heal it. The journey toward purity isn't glamorous, but it's glorious. You've traded noise for depth, distraction for discernment, striving for surrender. And in that exchange, you've found freedom. This is the strength of the pure. They walk through the fire and come out shining, not burned. The winds are shifting again. The world around you is being rearranged, not by chaos, but by divine correction. You've probably noticed how certain faces fade, how certain doors close, how the same conversations that once fueled you now leave you empty. This is not regression, it's revelation. The season of pretense is ending. God is pulling back the veil, exposing the false and revealing the genuine. It's never comfortable when heaven begins to separate what looks right from what truly is right. You'll find yourself caught in the tension between loyalty and truth, between what is familiar and what is holy. The Spirit of God is cutting through imitation. He's distinguishing authenticity from appearance, devotion from display. Every pretender, every counterfeit comfort, every manipulative connection that drains your peace is being exposed for what it is. This hour requires courage, the courage to let go without bitterness, the strength to walk away without explaining. Some ties are not demonic, they are simply expired. They served their purpose, taught their lesson, and now must end so that the next chapter can begin. The sharpness you feel isn't cruelty, it's the scalpel of heaven performing spiritual surgery. God removes to preserve. There's a quiet holiness in the way He separates. No drama, no spectacle, just a shift. You wake up one morning and realize certain things no longer fit. The conversations that used to excite you now exhaust you. The activities that once distracted you now disturb your spirit. That is how divine separation begins, not with explosions, but with subtle unease. As written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 27, the words "once more" indicate the removing of what can be shaken, that is, created things so that what cannot be shaken may remain. No, you are in that shaking now. It's not punishment, it's purification. God shakes your surroundings, not to frighten you, but to stabilize you. What is real will stand, what is false will fall. The shaking doesn't destroy what's yours, it reveals what's true. When the shaking starts, don't cling to what's falling. The more you hold on to what heaven is trying to remove, the heavier your spirit becomes. Trust the divine hand that's pruning. Every separation leads to simplification, and every simplification creates space for saturation, space for the presence of God to fill you again. It's easy to mistake separation for loss, but heaven calls it alignment. The Spirit is drawing clear lines so you can recognize what carries life and what only carries weight. The friendships, habits, and commitments that no longer serve your growth are being gently lifted from your path. You may not understand it now, but you'll soon thank God for the release. There's a sacred truth. Elevation requires elimination. Before God brings you into your next assignment, He ensures you're surrounded only by those who can breathe the same spiritual altitude. Not everyone can handle higher air. Some relationships suffocate at greater heights, not because they're evil, but because they're unprepared. The pressure that strengthens you exposes them. You may feel the loneliness again, but this time, it's not isolation, it's consecration. You're being set apart for clarity. God speaks most clearly when the room is empty. The silence that feels heavy will soon become the canvas for new revelation. This season will redefine your idea of companionship. You'll learn that connection is not about quantity, but quality. You'll treasure the few who speak life instead of noise. You'll recognize that not everyone who claps for you is cheering for you. Some applaud because they think your victory will validate their agenda. But when heaven separates, motives become transparent. Do not rush to replace what was removed. Allow the empty space to breathe. God will fill it in His time, with people and opportunities that match your current level of faith. Forced connections cannot hold divine purpose. Real alignment requires waiting. Think of how gold is refined. It's melted until the impurities rise to the surface, then skimmed away. The fire doesn't destroy the gold, it exposes what doesn't belong. You are in that refining fire now. Every false support, every insincere voice, every hidden agenda is surfacing. Let it go. You'll shine brighter without it. And while the shaking can feel lonely, it's also liberating. There's relief in simplicity. You no longer have to pretend, to accommodate what drains you, to entertain what insults your peace. You're learning that not everyone deserves access, and not every battle requires a response. That's wisdom born from discernment. As the false falls away, the true will find you. Genuine people will appear, those who love without agenda, who celebrate your light without envy, who correct you without condemning you. You'll recognize them by the peace they bring, not the promises they make. This separation is not just external, it's internal. God is dividing your soul from your spirit, your desires from your destiny. He's showing you where you've compromised truth for comfort, where you've tolerated chaos out of fear of change. But once you see, you can't unsee. Once your spirit tastes authenticity, imitation becomes unbearable. And that is freedom, the ability to walk away without resentment. You'll bless what's leaving because you understand it was never meant to stay. You'll release what's falling because you trust that what remains is eternal. Do not mourn this shaking. Celebrate it quietly. It's heaven's way of preparing you for stability. You can't carry the noise of the old season into the harmony of the new. The shaking is the sound of structures being rebuilt, the rhythm of destiny aligning with divine design. Soon, you'll look around and realize you've lost nothing essential. What's gone was never yours. What remains is unshakable. That's how God builds. He takes away what wobbles so He can reveal what stands. So, stand in peace. The shaking isn't ending you, it's establishing you. The fire isn't consuming you, it's clarifying you. Every separation you feel now is simply heaven making room for permanence. And when the dust settles, you'll see it clearly. You were never losing. You were being refined. Every storm eventually reveals its purpose. You've endured thunder, confusion, loss, and silence. But now, a new horizon is opening before you. The clouds are thinning, and what once felt like punishment is showing itself to be preparation. The same rain that soaked your spirit is about to water your next harvest. You have survived, not by strength alone, but by alignment with divine timing. You're beginning to understand something most never do. God's delays are not his denials. There's a rhythm to his responses, a holy timing that makes everything beautiful when it's complete. The waiting you resented has turned into wisdom. You've learned how to stand without answers, how to believe without evidence, how to worship while weary. That kind of faith can't be taught. It can only be forged. The world calls it endurance. Heaven calls it trust. You've walked through fire and discovered that what God promised still stands. Your faith didn't break in the storm. It deepened. That's the difference between those who collapse and those who conquer, those who know the waiting is sacred, not wasted. The Word of God declares in the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9, "Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." Now, that proper time is not a date on a calendar. It's a condition of readiness. God doesn't just prepare the blessing, he prepares the one who will carry it. The waiting season was never punishment. It was promotion disguised as delay. Heaven was aligning your heart, refining your motives, and fortifying your foundation. You had to grow strong enough to hold what's coming. The harvest is near, but it doesn't come with noise. It comes quietly, like dawn breaking after a long night. One morning, you'll wake up and realize the struggle has shifted. The same place where you once fought to survive will become the ground where you begin to thrive. Sometimes the harvest doesn't arrive as a miracle that shocks you. It arrives as peace that settles you. You'll look around and feel no need to chase, no urge to prove, no fear of missing out. That's how you'll know the season has changed. The striving ends when surrender begins. You see, when God blesses, it's never to inflate your ego, it's to fulfill your purpose. The blessings coming to you are not random rewards. They are tools for your assignment. You will receive not just what you desire, but what you're destined to handle. And because you've learned stewardship in scarcity, you will carry abundance with humility. There's a story of a farmer who planted seeds year after year, watching others harvest while his fields remained bare. People mocked him, saying the soil was cursed, but he refused to stop planting. One morning, after a long drought, rain came and didn't stop for days. When the sun returned, his fields bloomed with a double portion. What others called barren was simply waiting for perfect timing. That's your story too. What seemed barren was merely reserved. Heaven didn't forget. It was gathering rain for your roots. Your harvest is not ordinary. It's appointed, and when it arrives, even the years that looked wasted will suddenly make sense. Every sleepless night, every tear you thought was ignored, they all watered your promise. You weren't abandoned, you were being seasoned. Every moment of waiting was shaping your character for longevity, because what God gives quickly fades, but what he builds slowly lasts. And now, as your breakthrough draws near, heaven is asking for your recognition. A symbolic moment of alignment, an act that says, I understand what's happening. It's not superstition, it's agreement. If your spirit feels that tug right now, type 555 in the comments below. This is not a code, it's a covenant. 555 symbolizes grace multiplied the divine number of transformation, the triple echo of change, favor, and freedom. It's heaven's reminder that what's next will not come by striving but by grace. When you type it, you're declaring, I am stepping into multiplied grace. You're saying, I receive the transition. You're acknowledging that your waiting wasn't wasted. It was the womb of transformation. Grace multiplied doesn't mean your life becomes effortless. It means you are carried differently. It's the same road, but your stride feels lighter. It's the same work, but your strength feels renewed. Grace is the invisible wind that lifts the wings of the weary. The number 555 also carries the whisper of divine movement. 5 is the number of grace. 555 means grace overflowing. Grace for every direction of your life: spiritual, emotional, financial, relational, and creative. When heaven multiplies grace, even the scars begin to glow. So when you declare it, you're not performing a ritual, you're recognizing a reality. You're saying, God, I see what you're doing. I align with your timing. That simple acknowledgement becomes a door. The more you agree with heaven, the faster alignment becomes manifestation. This is a threshold moment. You've been faithful in the unseen, and now heaven is ready to bring you into visibility, not for vanity, but for impact. The blessing that's coming isn't to make you known, it's to make God's faithfulness undeniable. You will walk into rooms that once seemed out of reach. Opportunities that bypassed you before will return. Relationships that faded because of immaturity will be reborn with wisdom. Even the places of your past pain will become platforms of purpose. But remember this, grace will not compete with pride. The same humility that carried you through the desert must carry you through the harvest. Keep your heart gentle, your hands open, and your eyes fixed on the one who led you this far. The season of endless waiting is closing. You are stepping into the rhythm of divine release. It won't look like chaos. It will look like peace. The rain is returning to your soil, and your hands will soon gather what your faith has planted. When you look back, you'll realize you never truly waited. You were always walking, one faithful step at a time, toward the fulfillment that was walking toward you. The wait has matured you. The rain has returned. The harvest is here. There is a silence that doesn't signal absence but arrival. You may be in that silence now, the space after the storm, where everything is still. Yet something sacred is forming beneath the quiet. Heaven often works in whispers after a season of thunder. The noise of warfare fades, and what remains is the sound of rebuilding. You've fought hard, now comes the stillness of settlement. This is where restoration begins, not loudly, but layer by layer. God is piecing together what was scattered, redeeming what felt wasted, and restoring what you thought was beyond repair. Restoration doesn't always mean returning to what was. Often, it means receiving what's better than before. What was shattered isn't glued together, it's recreated. You're not being returned to your old self. You're being revealed as your true self. It's easy to miss the beauty of this stage because it lacks spectacle. There are no fireworks, no applause, No visible miracles, only peace. But peace is the loudest proof of divine restoration. When the soul no longer flinches, when your heart can rest even while circumstances remain uncertain, that's when you know you've been healed deeply. We find in the book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 25, "I will restore to you the years that the locust has eaten, the great locust and the young locust, the other locusts and the locust swarm, my great army that I sent among you." End through. This is one of the most extraordinary promises in Scripture. God doesn't just restore things, He restores time. The years you thought were lost, the seasons you believed were wasted, are now being folded back into your destiny. Only heaven can turn lost years into fruitful ones. What you thought was gone forever is still alive in God's design. Restoration often begins quietly. Like grass growing after fire, the ground still looks blackened. The smell of smoke still lingers. But underneath, new life pushes upward. Slowly, color returns. That's what's happening in your spirit. You may not feel it every day, but healing is rising like dawn. At this stage, God isn't rushing you. He's rewiring you. He's teaching you how to live from wholeness rather than survival. The instincts you developed in crisis hypervigilance, overthinking, self-defense are beginning to fade. You're learning to trust again, to breathe without fear of the next attack. This is not weakness, it's renewal. Restoration also involves reconciliation, not always with people, but with yourself. For too long, you've carried regret like a second skin. You replayed decisions, wondered, what if? Blamed yourself for not knowing better. But grace is rewriting that story. You did the best you could with what you knew at the time. The mercy of God is not limited by your mistakes. It works through them. There's a sacred kindness in how heaven restores. God doesn't rush in to fix everything overnight. He moves slowly, tenderly, rebuilding trust between your heart and His. The same way a careful artist repairs a painting stroke by stroke. He's restoring the image of His design within you. You were never ruined, only unfinished. You'll begin to notice small signs first. A conversation that once triggered pain now brings peace. A memory that used to sting now teaches gratitude. The things that once broke you no longer control your reactions. That's how healing hides in plain sight, subtle but sure. And then, gradually, your outlook changes. You begin to dream again. Not from desperation, but from hope. You find yourself planning for the future without the fear that it will fall apart. You start saying yes to possibilities that once terrified you. That's the power of divine restoration. It returns not just what was lost, but the confidence to live again. You'll also notice that your empathy deepens because you've been broken. You can recognize the cracks in others. You'll begin to comfort people with the same words that once comforted you. That's the hidden purpose of restoration. You don't come back empty, you come back equipped. God never restores you only for your own sake. He restores you so that others can find Him through your redemption. Your story becomes medicine. Your testimony becomes map and mirror, showing others that even devastation can end in beauty. There's something profound about the way restoration unfolds. It's not symmetrical. God rarely puts things back exactly as they were. He improves them, like a master builder reinforcing the foundation before rebuilding the walls. He's making your life stronger, even if it looks different. You may have fewer people around you now, but more peace. Less noise, but more purpose. Fewer possessions, but greater perspective. That's not loss, it's purification. Restoration doesn't just add, it subtracts what doesn't belong. And when you look back, you'll see the fingerprints of grace all over the places you thought were forgotten. You'll realize that even the detours were directions, that nothing was wasted, not a tear, not a trial, not a single sleepless night. The years you thought were devoured have become the soil for deeper growth. The losses that broke your rhythm have become the pauses that taught you to listen. The mistakes that embarrassed you have become the wisdom that now leads you. Restoration isn't a return to innocence, it's a graduation into insight. You now see the world differently. You recognize the fragile beauty of every moment, the quiet strength of forgiveness, the silent miracles in ordinary days. You carry gratitude like armor and peace like a garment. And while others may see only what's visible, your stability, your calm, they won't know the story behind it. They won't see the long nights when you chose faith over fear, or the mornings when you rose despite exhaustion. But heaven saw it all. That's why this restoration is yours alone. It was crafted to match your endurance. So, walk gently now. Don't rush the new beginning. Restoration isn't a sprint, it's a symphony. And every note must play in time. Trust the composer. He knows how to bring beauty out of the ashes, melody out of silence, meaning out of pain. You've waited, you've endured, and now the rebuilding has begun. The foundation is stronger, the structure surer, the future clearer. This is not recovery, it's rebirth. There is a peace that only comes after you've been through fire, the kind of peace that doesn't depend on circumstance, the kind that settles deep into your spirit and whispers, "You've made it through." You are walking in that peace now. It doesn't mean everything around you is perfect. It means you've learned how to remain calm even when the world trembles. You no longer beg for storms to stop you. Command your heart to stay still until they do. That's growth. And heaven celebrates that kind of strength. You've been tested, and now you carry quiet authority. You know what it means to lose, to rebuild, to hope again. The strength inside you isn't loud, it's sacred. You no longer react, you respond. You don't chase validation, you move with intention. You've become steady because you've seen the worst and realized it couldn't destroy you. As the scriptures remind us in the book of Psalms, chapter 29, verse 11, the Lord gives strength to his people, the Lord blesses his people with peace. Note, that peace is your inheritance. It's the confirmation that the battles weren't for nothing. They built the vessel that now carries grace. Every scar you bear has turned into a channel for light. You no longer hide your past, you redeem it. Because what once hurt you now heals others. This peace doesn't mean you've stopped moving forward. It means you move differently. You've learned to walk with purpose rather than panic, with clarity instead of confusion. You're learning that peace is not passive, it's powerful. It silences fear, disarms doubt, and steadies every uncertain step. But there's something else this peace is doing. It's calling you to pour out, because what fills you must flow through you. What heaven gives freely, it expects to be shared freely. That's how peace multiplies, not by being kept, but by being given away. That's what this space, this message, this voice has been built for, to pour peace into you so you can pour it into others. Every word you've read or heard here exists because someone, somewhere, believed that light should not be silenced. Behind these messages are hearts that pray, write, edit, and share, trusting that what touches one soul can reach 1,000 more. If these words have ever steadied you, inspired you, or reminded you that you're not alone, then let that gratitude become a ripple. Take a moment to like, share, and subscribe, not because numbers matter, but because souls do. Every share is a bridge to someone standing at the edge, wondering if God still sees them. You might never know whose midnight you'll interrupt with a message of peace. And if you've ever wondered how to keep this light burning, there's a simple truth. Every flame needs oil. When you donate, you're not paying, you're pouring. You're adding oil to a lamp that has been lighting hearts in silence. You're saying, I believe this light should reach further. Think of it like this. In the ancient temple, the menorah never went out. The priests didn't let the flame die because every glow symbolized God's continued presence. The oil that sustained it came from those willing to give a portion of what they had. That's how the light stayed alive. Today, you are that priest. Your faith, your sharing, your generosity, these are the modern oil that keep the flame of encouragement burning. And please, understand this clearly. This is never about obligation. The kingdom doesn't deal in pressure. It deals in participation. Giving is a choice, not a condition. Whether you give time, prayer, or resources, heaven sees the heart first. Some can give financially. Others give by simply sharing, by commenting with hope, by praying for this message to reach the right people. Each act is sacred. Each one matters. God measures not the size of the gift, but the sincerity behind it. There's a parable in your life too, a quiet reminder that what you pour out never leaves you empty. The river never dries up by giving water. It stays alive because it flows. That's how blessing works. What you release finds its way back, multiplied. Maybe right now, you can't give much, and that's all right. You're never disqualified from purpose because of what's missing in your wallet. What matters is what's present in your heart. If your spirit stirs, if peace has met you here, simply whisper a thank you to heaven. That, too, is an offering. But if you feel led to pour back, do it with joy. Giving is not subtraction, it's sowing. When you pour into a message that carries life, you're planting seeds in unseen soil, and one day, someone you'll never meet will bloom because of your quiet generosity. You see, this isn't about one creator or one ministry. It's about all of us, every listener, every reader, every believer, building a network of light that no darkness can dim. You are part of that network. You are not just a receiver of peace, you are a keeper of it. So, let your heart lead. If this message has spoken to you, share it. If it has strengthened you, let it reach someone else. And if your spirit feels that nudge to give, do it freely, knowing you're fueling something that feeds souls. Peace doesn't stop with you, it passes through you. The more you give it away, the stronger it grows. You've been blessed not to boast, but to become a blessing. Every act of love, every seed of support, every kind comment keeps this work alive. God's peace has carried you through storms. Now it invites you to carry peace into the world, whether through prayer, generosity, or simply spreading this light. You're continuing the work that heaven started. That is how revival truly happens, one act of peace at a time. There comes a moment in your journey where revelation feels heavier than reward. You begin to see what others cannot, to sense what others ignore, and to discern what heaven is doing, even when nothing around you seems to move. That is where you are right now, a space between knowing and seeing, between the promise and its proof. It's not an easy place, but it's a holy one. In this space, faith becomes sight's substitute. You're learning to live not by confirmation, but by conviction. You don't wait for the evidence. You move because of assurance. And that shift changes everything. You no longer ask, "When will it happen?" but "How do I stay ready when it does?" That's spiritual maturity, the ability to stay steady while God rearranges unseen foundations beneath your feet. The world around you might call this waiting. Heaven calls it aligning. You're being synchronized with divine timing. The delays are not denials, they are divine choreography. God is placing every piece, every person, every opportunity, every door in its rightful position before He releases you into what's next. Sometimes, divine alignment feels like stillness. You'll look at your life and wonder if progress has stopped. But it hasn't. It's just moving underground. Like roots beneath soil. You don't see the growth yet because it's happening in the hidden place. Heaven's work is always first invisible before it becomes undeniable. We are reminded through the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." That verse isn't just comfort, it's command. Wait, not in worry, but in worship. Stay still, not in fear, but in faith. The appointed time isn't random, it's refined. When it arrives, you'll realize why every delay was necessary. The waiting wasn't wasted, it was working on you as much as it was working for you. During this time, you're being taught to hold peace in your palms, like water, gentle enough not to spill it, firm enough not to lose it. You're being invited into deeper trust, the kind that doesn't demand explanations, but simply believes. God, I know you're working. Even here, end pun. Sometimes that trust looks like silence. Sometimes it looks like a smile in uncertainty. Sometimes it's just breathing through another day. Whispering, "I'm still here." That's faith in motion. Quiet, but powerful. It's natural to feel restless. The human heart wasn't built for long waiting without answers. But what if the waiting isn't empty time? What if it's sacred preparation? What if heaven is using this pause to strengthen what you'll need once the promise unfolds? Because sometimes, the only thing harder than waiting for the promise is carrying it before you're ready. Your current season is divine conditioning. The weights of patience, humility, and faith are building your endurance. What you're carrying now is not a delay, it's training for destiny. Every unanswered prayer is making your spirit stronger. Every closed door is redirecting you toward one that won't just open, it will stay open. Remember this, when the time is right, acceleration will replace stagnation. Things that felt impossible for years will unfold in days. The same hands that held you back will have to release you, not because they changed, but because heaven declared, Now, divine timing doesn't need your permission, it just needs your posture of readiness. And readiness looks like trust. You don't need to fight for the next move, you need to stay faithful where you are. Faithfulness is the bridge between promise and fulfillment. Every act of obedience today becomes the foundation for the miracle of tomorrow. I once heard someone say, God hides his greatest miracles in ordinary days. That's true. You won't always see the breakthrough in lightning and thunder. Sometimes it arrives, disguised as consistency, wrapped in peace, carried in a whisper. Pay attention to the small signs: your joy returning, your rest deepening, your fear loosening its hold. Those are the early drops of the rain before the storm of blessing arrives. And when that moment finally comes, you'll realize it didn't come suddenly, it came gradually. Like dawn after a long night, the first light always feels small, but it means morning has begun. This is your dawn season. Don't rush it. Don't despise it. Let it unfold naturally. Every moment of patience is a seed of power. Every breath of surrender is a declaration of faith. Heaven is watching, not just what you pray for, but how you wait for it. When you've been faithful in stillness, heaven takes notice. Angels move on assignment when obedience remains steady. What you've been waiting for is already in motion. It's just approaching at divine speed. But before it arrives, heaven asks for one thing: acknowledgement, not ritual, not perfection, just agreement, a sign that your heart is still aligned. So, if this message meets you in the waiting, type "I trust you" in the comments below. Say it softly. Mean it deeply. It's not for show, it's for surrender. Those 3 words shift atmospheres. They say, even if I can't see it, I believe it. They remind heaven that you're still standing, still expecting, still believing. When you write it, you anchor your spirit in truth. You declare that faith doesn't expire with time. It endures until fulfillment. You align yourself with the rhythm of heaven, where every promise keeps its word. This is not the end, it's the interval before impact. The waiting room is turning into a birthing room. What God whispered in secret is about to speak in public. Stay ready. Stay anchored. Keep your trust steady, because what's coming next will make the waiting worthwhile. There are moments in your journey when you begin to realize that peace is not the absence of pressure, but the presence of purpose. You've stepped into that stage now, the in-between, where you are no longer who you were, but not yet who you're becoming. It feels uncertain, but it's sacred ground. Every step you take here is shaping what comes next. You're learning that transformation rarely feels holy while it's happening. It often looks like confusion until clarity arrives. In this phase, God isn't trying to make you busy, He's trying to make you balanced. You've spent seasons of striving, trying to earn what was always meant to flow. But grace doesn't compete, it completes. Heaven isn't asking you to do more, it's asking you to be still enough to receive. The next chapter of your life won't be built on force, it will be carried by flow. It's easy to believe that purpose must be visible to be real, but some of the most powerful work of God happens in the dark. Seeds grow underground before they break through soil. Babies are formed in the quiet of the womb. Even stars shine from the depths of space. Creation itself teaches that the unseen is often where the sacred begins. According to what is written in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to his purpose. And those words are not just comfort, they are blueprint. All things, the good, the bad, the quiet, the confusing, the waiting, the winning, all of it is being woven into something glorious. You don't need to understand every thread, you just need to trust the weaver. What you're living right now is not random, it's required. Even what hurt you is now being harnessed for healing. There's a rhythm to redemption, and you're learning to move with it. You've stopped asking, "Why me?" and started asking, "What now?" That shift changes everything. It turns pain into purpose and disappointment into direction. God never wastes experience. He recycles it into elevation. Every loss carries the potential for wisdom. Every heartbreak, the seed of compassion. Every delay, the soil of discernment. This is the stage where you're learning to live intentionally. You begin to recognize what drains your peace and what deepens it. You start saying no to noise, to meaningless commitments, to people who love your potential but can't handle your process. You start valuing rest as much as revelation, and slowly, you discover that peace is not a luxury, it's strategy. You'll notice that certain battles no longer appeal to you. The need to defend yourself fades. The urge to prove something quiets. You've realized that your purpose doesn't depend on public validation. You're not building to be seen. You're building to be strong. Your foundation now rests not on emotion but on endurance. Think of an eagle before it soars. Before the wind lifts it, it must face the stillness of the cliff. The eagle doesn't flap wildly. It waits. It spreads its wings, trusts the air, and lets the current do what only it can do. That's what this season is teaching you, to wait for the right wind instead of forcing flight. Sometimes, that waiting feels endless. You'll wonder if you've missed your moment. But remember, God doesn't deal in missed moments. He deals in prepared ones. Every delay is building density within you, the spiritual weight required to handle what's ahead. The maturity growing in you right now is what will sustain your next level. Without it, blessings become burdens. That's why heaven is taking its time, because this next chapter won't just bless you, it will move through you. You're being positioned not just to receive peace, but to release it wherever you go. You're also learning to see beauty in simplicity. The more you grow, the less you need. Peace becomes your treasure. Integrity, your adornment. And gratitude, your wealth. You no longer chase excess, you cherish essence. That's what wisdom does. It purifies your desires until only truth remains. This transformation may feel quiet, but it's not small. Heaven builds quietly because lasting things grow in silence. The oak doesn't announce its growth, yet every day, its roots go deeper. You're in that same process. Every prayer whispered, every choice to stay faithful, every moment you refuse to quit, it's adding invisible layers of strength to your soul. And one day soon, you'll step into something that fits you perfectly. You won't have to force it, beg for it, or explain it. It will feel natural, like breathing. That's the beauty of divine timing. It delivers what fits, not what flatters. In that moment, you'll understand why God didn't let certain things work out before. You'll thank Him for the people who left, the jobs that ended, the plans that fell apart. Because if they hadn't, you'd still be carrying weight that wasn't meant for your wings. What you're learning now, how to rest, how to release. How to trust isn't temporary training, it's eternal wisdom. You'll carry it into every new season. When future storms come, you won't panic. You'll remember this stillness and say, I've been here before, and I know who steadies me. So breathe deeply. You're exactly where you need to be. The silence is not punishment, it's positioning. God is not withholding, He's weaving. Even when it feels like nothing's moving, everything is aligning. You are not forgotten, you are being fortified. The same hand that wrote your beginning is now shaping your continuation. Every detail, every delay, every detour, it's all converging for your good. When the story unfolds, you'll see it clearly. The slow pace was never about punishment, it was about precision. Be patient with this process. Heaven isn't in a hurry, and neither should you be. Growth doesn't shout, it simply happens. Let peace anchor you, and let time do its work. Because what's forming within you now is not fragile, it's forever. There's something sacred about the moments when life slows down enough for your spirit to catch up. You're beginning to notice it now, the quiet awareness that the pace of peace is not the same as the pace of the world. You've stopped rushing to prove, to achieve, to arrive. You're learning that presence itself is progress. What God is doing in you is deeper than visible success. It's invisible alignment. The chosen ones always reach a point like this, a threshold where striving turns into surrender. It's not the end of ambition, but the transformation of it. You've stopped chasing what's fleeting and started nurturing what's eternal. That's why your desires are shifting. What once mattered doesn't anymore. And what used to feel small now feels significant. Your definition of success is being rewritten by grace. There's a quiet work happening in the background of your soul. Heaven is fine-tuning your inner life, teaching you how to live from depth rather than distraction. You're no longer impressed by speed, you're moved by substance. You crave peace over attention, purpose over performance, truth over trend. The deeper your roots go, the less the surface matters. We find this same wisdom reflected in the book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 23, Abu Ve'alels. Guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. No, that verse is not a warning, it's an invitation. To guard your heart is not to close it off, but to consecrate it. It means protecting the purity of what drives you, keeping your motives clean even when your surroundings are not. The heart is the riverbed of destiny. If the source stays clear, the stream will always flow true. You've been through enough to know how subtle contamination can be. It doesn't arrive as obvious evil, it comes disguised as opportunity, flattery, validation. But you're wiser now. You've learned how to sense when something stirs peace and when it steals it. You've realized that not every good thing is a God thing. Some open doors are actually distractions dressed as blessings. Discernment has become your new defense. In this sacred stillness, heaven is recalibrating your sensitivity. You're learning to recognize the difference between noise and direction, between movement and momentum. The Spirit is tuning your inner ear so you can hear His whispers again, the kind that guide without forcing, correct without condemning, and comfort without words. You've noticed that your circle is smaller now, but your clarity is greater. That's not coincidence, it's cultivation. The pruning you once resisted is producing fruit. You've stopped reaching for quantity because you finally understand the value of quality of relationships, of time, of presence. You don't need crowds to confirm what God has already established within you. The chosen often walk this narrow path of simplicity. It's not glamorous, but it's glorious. It's the kind of life where every action feels intentional, every conversation sacred, every moment infused with meaning. You've stopped multitasking your purpose. You've learned how to rest in focus. There's a purity in this stage of becoming. You don't need to broadcast your growth. Those meant to notice will see it naturally. Light doesn't announce itself, it just shines. You've grown into a kind of authenticity that doesn't need applause to stay alive. What fuels you now is conviction, not attention. And in this place, you begin to understand that guarding your heart isn't about isolation, it's about integration. You're no longer living with divided priorities. Your faith, your work, your relationships, they're no longer competing, they're converging. Everything flows from one source: peace with God. That unity inside you is producing harmony outside you. The world might not understand this kind of calm. It prefers chaos, it glorifies busyness and calls it purpose. But you've learned that busyness isn't productivity, it's avoidance. You're no longer afraid of silence because you've discovered that silence is where truth speaks the loudest. In your stillness, creativity is returning. Revelation is rising. Ideas that once felt out of reach are finding you again because your mind is no longer crowded with noise. God doesn't speak louder to get your attention. He clears space so you can finally hear. There's a softness to you now that wasn't there before. Not weakness, but wisdom. You've been through fire, yet you carry no bitterness. You've learned that mercy is the mark of maturity. You've stopped seeking revenge on what hurt you because you understand that healing itself is the highest victory. You've also learned how to let go without guilt. That's something only experience can teach. You no longer cling to what's fading, no longer beg for what's broken. You release with grace because you've realized that holding on too tightly to the past only delays the future. Every day now feels more intentional, more holy. You're aware that your time, your energy, your emotions are precious currency. You're investing them wisely into peace, into purpose, into people who mirror the light you carry. You've discovered that guarding your heart is how you guard your destiny. And maybe, just maybe, this is what wholeness truly looks like. Not perfection, but presence, not control. But surrender. You've stopped trying to predict what's next because you finally trust the one writing the story. You no longer fear uncertainty because you've learned that faith thrives there. So you move gently now, not because you're fragile, but because you're free. You've found balance between ambition and alignment, between patience and persistence. Your strength is no longer in striving, it's in staying grounded when everything else sways. Keep walking this way. Keep protecting your peace like it's treasure. Because it is. Everything you'll build from this moment forward will flow from the purity of your heart. Keep it clear. Keep it calm. Keep it anchored. You're not waiting for the next miracle, you've become one. You've entered a quieter chapter now, the kind of season where external noise begins to fade. And the only voice that matters is the one within. It's not that the battles have stopped, it's that your response to them has changed. You've grown, and with that growth comes a stillness that can't be shaken. You're beginning to understand that true authority doesn't shout, it stands. True confidence doesn't demand, it simply exists. This season is not about proving, it's about embodying. You're no longer trying to convince anyone of who you are or what God is doing in your life. The fruit will speak for itself. That's the quiet confidence of the chosen, knowing you're not finished, yet already walking in fulfillment. You've learned that destiny doesn't need validation to be real. It just needs alignment. In this stillness, heaven is refining the details. What once felt like delay is revealing itself as design. The connections that remain are the ones meant to walk with you into the next chapter. The opportunities that didn't work out weren't rejection, they were redirection. You're beginning to see the wisdom in what didn't happen. The doors that closed protected you from premature exposure. According to what is written in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 11, He has made everything beautiful in its time. He has also set eternity in the human heart, yet no one can fathom what God has done from beginning to end. That verse holds a mystery, the kind that humbles and comforts at once. Everything beautiful, not almost everything, not some things. Everything, every scar, every silence, every shift. Even what broke you carries beauty now, because it brought you here to the clarity of the present moment. You can't always trace His hand, but you can trust His heart. You used to pray for quick answers. Now you pray for peace while waiting. That's growth. You've stopped chasing certainty because you've learned that faith doesn't need full understanding, it just needs full surrender. The anxiety that once ruled you no longer holds power, because your hope no longer depends on control. You've traded panic for perspective. You are not in a holding pattern, you're in holy preparation. The Spirit of God is aligning your steps with precision. You don't have to force anything. You only need to follow the gentle nudges within. When you live from peace, you begin to notice divine timing unfolding like a slow sunrise, inevitable, unstoppable, and perfectly paced. The chosen are not called to rush. They are called to recognize, to see God in the ordinary, to find purpose in pause, to breathe even when surrounded by uncertainty. You are learning that peace is not found after the storm, it's carried through it. It travels with you. It's the evidence of heaven's presence, not the absence of earthly pressure. I once met a sculptor who said, "I don't create, I reveal." The form was already inside the stone. My job is to remove what doesn't belong. That's what God is doing with you right now. Every challenge, every letting go, every uncomfortable moment, it's all part of the chiseling. He's revealing the form of who you were always meant to be. You're not being broken, you're being unveiled. And though the process is slow, it's sacred. You'll look back on this quiet season and realize it was the most transformative of them all. The absence of noise made space for depth. The stillness gave birth to strength. The hiddenness birthed humility. You're being formed into someone who carries peace like oxygen naturally, constantly, unshakably. Not everyone will understand this chapter, and that's okay. Some people only recognized you when you were struggling. They won't know how to handle your stability. Others may grow distant because your calmness exposes their chaos. But don't grieve the distance. Stillness always separates noise. The peace you carry now will naturally attract what belongs and release what doesn't. Every day, you're learning to flow rather than force. You're realizing that you don't have to chase what God has chosen for you. It will find you when the time is right. The more you rest in alignment, the more effortlessly things begin to unfold. That's the beauty of divine rhythm. It replaces striving with synchronicity. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You're in the rhythm of heaven's timing. The same way the ocean never rushes to meet the shore, yet always arrives on time. You too are arriving right where you're meant to be. This is also a season of spiritual maturity, the time when you stop depending on visible signs to believe. You no longer need constant confirmation because your spirit recognizes God, even in silence. You've learned to see His fingerprints in the small details, the conversation that brings clarity, the song that brings comfort, the random moment that feels like divine timing. You now walk with quiet authority because you've learned the secret of stillness. Power doesn't always roar. Sometimes it simply rests. You've seen enough of God's faithfulness to know that His promises don't expire, even when they feel delayed. So let your soul exhale. You don't have to fix everything. You only have to be faithful to your peace. When confusion rises, return to the truth that has always steadied you. Everything is being made beautiful in its time. Beauty doesn't mean ease. It means purpose. It means harmony. It means that when all the pieces finally align, you'll see that nothing was wasted. Not even the silence. Not even the waiting. Every breath you take now is a reminder that you've survived the storm. And now you're learning the rhythm of calm. Keep walking gently. Keep listening deeply. The Creator who began this masterpiece in you is still shaping, still refining, still revealing glory through grace. And when it's time for movement again, you'll know it. The same Spirit that led you into stillness will lead you into action. Until then, rest. This quietness is not emptiness. It's evidence that heaven is finishing what it started. Every chosen one reaches a point where reflection becomes revelation. You begin to look back, not with bitterness, but with wonder. You start to see how every closed door, every painful pause, every confusing detour was actually divine direction in disguise. The map you once thought was broken turns out to be a masterpiece. Every valley carried a hidden lesson. Every loss carved room for something larger. You realize now you were never wandering. You were being woven. The season you're in right now isn't random. It's reward. Not the loud kind, but the quiet kind. The peace that comes when everything inside you finally aligns with heaven's rhythm. You've learned to trust, to wait, and to move. Only when the Spirit says, move. That's the fruit of maturity. It's not about speed anymore. It's about stability. You've endured storms that could have destroyed others. You've faced rejection, confusion, and silence. Yet you've kept standing. That's not luck, that's grace. And now, heaven is calling you to shift from survival to stewardship. You've received much. Now it's time to help multiply it. According to what is written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 11, verse 25, a generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed. No, this verse carries a spiritual principle. Whatever you pour out in faith, heaven multiplies back to you. When you encourage, you're encouraged. When you lift, you're lifted. When you give, you're not losing, you're planting. The chosen understand that generosity is not measured by the amount, but by the motive. It's the heart behind the hand that moves heaven. That's what keeps spaces like this alive, the willingness of faithful hearts to pour into what's been pouring into them. Every word you've heard, every message that has reached your soul, exists because someone believed in the power of light and helped keep it burning. These words don't flow from algorithms, They flow from hearts, prayers, and faith. And just like a lamp that burns through the night, the light here stays alive because someone refills the oil. If these words have ever brought you peace, clarity, or comfort, take a moment to like, share, and subscribe. That simple act extends the reach of light into places you may never see. Someone, somewhere, right now, is scrolling through the darkness of their own doubt, waiting for a word like this. Your small click might be their divine interruption. And if your heart ever feels stirred to pour back to participate in keeping this voice alive, consider donating, not as payment, but as partnership. Think of it as tending a flame. The oil you add doesn't just keep one candle burning, it multiplies into countless others. It turns a single light into a fire that reaches across nations, across hearts, across time. Giving is not a transaction, it's transformation. It's how heaven recycles grace. When you give, you're saying, I want someone else to feel what I've felt. I want another soul to find what I've found. That's how revival spreads, not through pressure, but through participation. And remember, this is never demanded. It's never forced. The invitation to give is not about obligation, it's about overflow. The kingdom of God doesn't manipulate it, multiplies through willing hearts. Whether your giving looks like a prayer, a share, or an offering, heaven sees it as worship. Think of a river. It never runs dry because it keeps moving. Every drop that leaves its source finds its way back through rain. In the same way, when you pour out, you make room for more. You open yourself to the continuous flow of blessing. You become part of a divine ecosystem of grace, where what you release returns multiplied, not because you demanded it, but because you aligned with heaven's nature. So don't think of support as loss, think of it as legacy. Every word, every prayer, every seed ensures that others will one day hear what you've heard. You're not funding content, you're fueling connection. You're helping build bridges for souls who can't find their way home alone. And if all you have to give right now is attention, that's enough. Listening is also a form of giving. Sharing is a form of generosity. Every act counts when it comes from the right heart. Some give oil, others give flame, but together they create light. There's something deeply beautiful about generosity. It echoes the heart of God Himself. He gives freely, continuously, without agenda. That's the same spirit we mirror when we choose to give not out of fear, but out of fullness. When you share peace, it grows. When you share hope, it expands. When you give, you don't diminish your supply, you demonstrate it. So if this message has stirred your spirit, share it so others can find their way too. Not because you're asked to, but because light naturally multiplies when it's seen. If your heart feels moved to give, do it freely, knowing that every drop of support turns into ripples of grace that touch unseen shores. And when you do, I know this, you're not just sustaining words, you're sustaining a mission. You're making sure that hope continues to speak. That encouragement never goes silent. And that someone, somewhere, will know they're not alone. You've received light. You've carried it faithfully. Now, let it travel further through your actions, your prayers, your generosity. You are not just a listener, you are a lighthouse. Together, we keep the flame burning bright. There comes a turning point in the life of every chosen one, a sacred crossing between the season of understanding and the season of embodiment. You no longer just know the truth, you become it. The lessons that once lived in your mind have moved into your spirit. You don't just speak peace, you carry it. You don't just quote faith, you walk in it. This is the season where what you've learned starts to live through you. It feels different now. The same storms that used to shake you can no longer move you. You've learned that not every wave is meant to be resisted. Some are meant to be ridden. You understand that sometimes the storm isn't sent to destroy you, it's sent to teach you how to sail. And now, with steady hands and clear eyes, you're navigating waters that once terrified you. You have become what the enemy feared most, stable. You've realized that strength isn't noise, and authority isn't aggression. Real power doesn't panic. It stands still and knows that God is God. As written in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 27, whatever happens, conduct yourselves in a manner worthy of the gospel of Christ. Then, whether I come and see you or only hear about you in my absence, I will know that you stand firm in one spirit, striving together as one for the faith. And that call to stand firm is exactly where you are. This isn't the time to shrink back, it's the time to anchor deeper. Heaven is asking you to be unshakable, not because the world is easy, but because your roots have grown strong. You've been trained through turbulence, and now you carry calm like a crown. Stillness is no longer foreign to you, it's your home. You're learning to recognize when to move and when to stay. You no longer chase opportunity, you attract alignment. When you walk in peace, you draw what belongs to you. That's the quiet magnetism of divine order. But here's something even more profound. God is now positioning you as a pillar for others. The strength you developed in solitude will soon become shelter for someone else. The same storms that refined you will find safety in your shadow. You've been prepared not just to survive, but to stabilize. This is the calling of the mature, the ones who no longer react from emotion but respond from revelation. You've walked through too much to be moved by temporary noise. You've learned to discern between what distracts and what directs. And because of that, you've become dependable. Heaven can trust you with influence because your heart no longer craves control. Your voice carries weight now, not because it's loud, but because it's lived. Every word you speak drips with experience, words shaped by waiting, softened by surrender, and seasoned with grace. You've become what Scripture describes as salt and light, a quiet force that transforms everything it touches. The people around you may not fully understand it, but they can feel it. Your peace unsettles the restless. Your calm exposes the chaos. Your gentleness speaks louder than argument. That's what it means to walk in authority without arrogance. In this new phase, God isn't asking you to strive harder. He's inviting you to flow deeper. You don't need to shout your faith from mountaintops anymore. It radiates from your presence. The light within you does the preaching now. You have become the sermon. But even as you walk in confidence, remain tender. Power without compassion becomes pride. Let humility continue to guard your strength. Let mercy soften your maturity. The most powerful warriors of heaven are also the kindest. Sometimes, the world will misunderstand your calm as complacency, but don't defend it. Let time prove your depth. You don't have to explain peace to those who haven't met it yet. Just keep walking in it until your stillness becomes a testimony. And maybe that's the very reason this message found you now, to remind you that what you carry is rare and needed. The world is starving for stability, and you've been called to be a well. Not everyone will drink, but those who do will find rest in your consistency. You are no longer fighting for identity, you're flowing in it. You're no longer seeking proof, you're living as evidence. The days of questioning your worth are behind you. The voice that used to say, "You're not enough," has been silenced by truth. Now, heaven whispers something new. You are ready. Ready to lead without titles. Ready to love without limits. Ready to live without fear. You are the embodiment of peace in a world that craves it. You are proof that endurance produces elegance, that stillness carries strength, and that scars can shine. But before you step into what's next, pause for a moment. Let gratitude speak louder than ambition. Take a deep breath and remember the path you've walked, the nights that almost broke you, the prayers that went unanswered, the miracles that came quietly. You didn't get here by accident. You got here by grace. And now, as a symbolic act of alignment, as a moment to mark this transition from learning to living, type "Peace Remains" in the comments below. Write it as a quiet declaration, not performance. When you say it, you're acknowledging that no matter what happens around you, the calm within you stays. You're declaring that storms may shift, but your spirit won't. Peace remains means your faith is not seasonal, it's rooted. It's the echo of heaven saying, "I am still with you." Amen. Those two words carry weight. They say to the unseen realm, the shaking is over. The foundation stands. They say to heaven, "I'm ready to walk in what I've been prepared for." This is not the end of your journey. It's the beginning of legacy. You've become the still point in a spinning world, the anchor that keeps others steady, the light that doesn't flicker in the wind. Peace remains, and so do you. There is a sacred stillness that comes after obedience. It's not empty, it's full. You feel it now, don't you? That quiet awareness that something has shifted, even if you can't name it yet. You're standing in the middle of answered prayers, but they don't look the way you expected. The blessings didn't arrive wrapped in celebration, they came cloaked in subtlety. You realize that heaven's greatest gifts rarely announce themselves, they simply are. This stage of your journey is not about chasing signs, it's about recognizing substance. The proof of God's presence isn't always in fireworks and noise. It's in the small details that make peace bloom where panic once lived. You no longer need thunder to know He's speaking. You hear Him in the quiet alignment of ordinary days. That is the evidence of maturity, discernment without demand. What once felt like delay is now seen as direction. Every door that closed wasn't rejection, it was redirection. Every not yet was heaven's way of saying, "Wait until it's safe to bless you," because timing without readiness leads to collapse. You weren't denied, you were developed. The Word of God reminds us in the book of Psalm, chapter 37, verse 7, "Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for Him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways, when they carry out their wicked schemes." No, this verse is a mirror for your current moment. You are being asked not to react, but to rest, not to compare, but to trust. God's clock doesn't tick like ours, it moves in mercy, not in minutes. You might see others racing ahead, appearing to flourish, while you've been told to pause. But what they build in haste will fade, and what you build in stillness will last. You've learned to stop looking sideways and start looking inward. Your race is unique. The pace you're moving at is not slow, it's sacred. Heaven isn't trying to keep you behind, it's keeping you aligned. You've been hidden, not because you're forgotten, but because you're being prepared for visibility without vulnerability. When the time comes, your revelation will speak for itself. Think of the roots of a great tree. No one celebrates their growth because it happens underground. But without those roots, the tree would never stand through storms. You've been in that rooting season, invisible, unnoticed, but not unimportant. Every unseen moment has been strengthening your foundation. You've come to understand that strength doesn't always look like movement. Sometimes it's endurance. Sometimes it's silence. Sometimes it's simply refusing to give up. The world measures progress by activity. Heaven measures it by alignment. When your heart and His will beat in rhythm, that's progress, whether or not the world notices. This season is refining your focus. You've stopped spreading yourself thin, chasing every opportunity, and started choosing what truly matters. You've learned to say no to noise, so you can say yes to peace. That's not laziness, it's leadership. Because wisdom knows when to walk away from what distracts destiny. There's something profoundly beautiful about becoming selective. You no longer fight every battle. You no longer explain every decision. You no longer apologize for your peace. You've realized that maturity often looks like quiet boundaries and calm exits. The power you carry now is controlled. It's peace that no longer needs to prove itself. The version of you that's emerging is unrecognizable to your past self. You used to live by reaction. Now you live by revelation. You used to ask, "Why is this happening to me?" Now you ask, "What is this teaching me?" That single shift changes everything. Pain stops being punishment and becomes preparation. Waiting stops being wasted and becomes worship. And though this season may seem slow, it's anything but stagnant. Something sacred is germinating beneath the surface. The harvest of endurance always comes later than expected, but greater than imagined. God is building something inside you that can't be shaken by applause or absence. You're learning how to be whole without needing to be seen. In the stillness, you've discovered the difference between momentum and meaning. You no longer chase speed, you chase substance. You've realized that impact built without integrity collapses quickly. That's why heaven slowed you down, not to stop you, but to solidify you. There's a subtle confidence in your spirit now. It's the peace of someone who has learned to wait well. You don't panic when things pause. You've seen too many restarts to fear the still moments. You know that when God is silent, He's strategizing. When He hides you, He's honoring you. When He delays, He's delivering something stronger. This chapter of your journey is teaching you the language of legacy. You've stopped living for immediacy. You're thinking generationally about what you're building, not just for yourself, but for those who will come after you. Heaven is expanding your influence, not through visibility, but through depth. You are not the same person who began this walk. Your prayers are deeper, your discernment sharper, your gratitude greater. You're no longer asking for easy, you're asking for eternal. You've traded excitement for endurance, applause for anointing, noise for knowing. You are walking proof that patience is not weakness, it's wisdom. Every day you choose peace over panic. You testify that God's timing is perfect. Every time you refuse to compete, you show the world that calling isn't a race. And every moment you rest in trust, Heaven smiles because you've become the very thing you once prayed to find: steady. So stay steady. Don't rush what's ripening. The fruit of faith always matures in silence. Keep showing up. Keep trusting. Keep tending to what's been entrusted to you. You are not waiting for the promise anymore. You are walking within it. The calm you carry is the confirmation that heaven's plan is unfolding right on time. There's a holiness in the in-between, a kind of sacred tension that only those who've walked with God long enough can understand. It's not the thrill of the beginning or the celebration of the end. It's the steady heartbeat of the middle. You are there now, walking between what has been promised and what is yet to appear. And though your steps may seem small, they are solid. Heaven is watching each one, measuring not the distance, but the devotion. This stage is where the chosen are refined the most. It's where motives are purified, desires are reshaped, and faith is proven real. You're learning that obedience without visible outcome is the truest kind of worship. It's easy to trust when everything aligns, but it's divine to trust when everything is silent. The Word of God reminds us in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 4, "Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." Those words describe exactly what is happening in you. Perseverance is finishing its work. The long nights of questioning, the slow days of waiting, the seasons that seemed endless, all of them were chiseling away the unnecessary, leaving behind only what is eternal. You're not being delayed, you're being completed. Completion in the kingdom rarely looks like comfort. It looks like refinement. It looks like God allowing you to walk through situations that expose your strength and stretch your spirit. It's in these moments that you realize endurance isn't built in ease, it's built in exposure. Every test has revealed more of who you really are, not fragile, but fortified. Think of the potter and the clay. The vessel doesn't resist the pressure of the wheel because it knows the hands shaping it are skilled. You, too, are on that wheel. The spinning you feel isn't chaos, it's creation. The same hands that formed galaxies are forming grace in you. Every turn, every press, every stretch is intentional. You are being shaped into something that can hold the weight of destiny without cracking. You might not see it now, but this is a holy process. Heaven doesn't rush perfection, it refines it. The Creator is patient because he sees the end from the beginning. You, however, see only fragments, the moments of frustration, the days when prayers feel unanswered, the silence that feels heavy. But in the unseen, the masterpiece continues to take shape. What's happening in you right now is deeper than breakthrough, it's transformation. Breakthrough happens in a moment, but transformation happens through time. Breakthrough changes your situation, transformation changes you. You're being molded into someone who can carry purpose without pride, peace without performance, and power without corruption. And that's why the pressure has been precise. Heaven doesn't waste fire. Every trial was tailored for your refinement. What you've endured wasn't random, it was revelation. The heat that once hurt is the same heat that's hardening your strength. The gold that glitters has first endured flame, and so have you. This is also the stage where you learn the power of still consistency. You've stopped chasing emotional highs and learned the quiet rhythm of discipline. You've realized that faith isn't about feeling, it's about following. It's choosing to show up for prayer when passion fades, It's choosing to speak truth when no one applauds. It's doing the right thing when no one notices. That's where strength is born, when obedience becomes instinct. You may have noticed that certain things don't excite you like they used to. The noise, the crowds, the chaos, all of it feels distant now. That's because your appetite has changed. You no longer crave attention. You crave alignment. You don't seek validation. You seek verification from heaven. That's spiritual maturity. The chosen ones walk differently because they see differently. You've learned that not every opportunity is an open door, and not every delay is a denial. You discern seasons now. You understand that fruit picked too early tastes bitter, so you wait not out of fear, but out of wisdom. This chapter may not feel glorious, but it's essential. You're becoming unshakable, dependable, and deeply anchored. Heaven is ensuring that the weight of what's next doesn't crush you. That's why your roots are going deeper before your branches stretch higher. A tree with shallow roots can't stand long under heavy fruit. God is anchoring you for abundance. There's something profoundly peaceful about knowing that what's meant for you will find you when you're ready. You no longer force outcomes, you flow with grace. That's freedom, the release of control and the embrace of trust. In this stillness, you've also begun to recognize how divine timing works. It's not slow, it's synchronized. The things you thought were late will arrive precisely when the foundation is firm enough to hold them. You've learned to say, if it hasn't come yet, it's because I'm still being shaped for it. And you are not forgotten. You are being finalized. The silence isn't neglect, it's nurture. Heaven is finishing the fine details, ensuring that when the promise manifests, it will fit perfectly. You won't have to force it or fear losing it. It will be as natural as breathing, because it was always meant for you. There's a rhythm to grace, and you're learning to move with it. Some days will still feel heavy, but heaviness doesn't mean absence. It often means glory is near. The closer gold gets to purity, the more it resists the final fire. So if things feel intense, it's because you're almost complete. Let your spirit rest in this truth. You are not waiting for perfection. You are being perfected every day, every moment. Every prayer is part of that sacred work. You are not behind. You're being built. You are not broken. You're being balanced. You are not uncertain. You're being unveiled. When this season closes, you'll look back and see that the middle was the miracle. The waiting wasn't wasted. It was weaving you into something the world needs, a vessel of endurance, humility, and glory. You are almost there. Keep breathing. Keep believing. The potter's hands have never left the clay. There's a certain weight to peace that only those who've endured the wilderness understand. It's not the kind of peace that comes cheaply or quickly. It's not built on everything going right. It's built on the realization that even when everything goes wrong, God remains. You've stepped into that peace now. It doesn't shout. It doesn't boast. But it anchors you like roots beneath the surface. Unseen, yet unshakable. This is the deep rest that follows revelation, the kind that settles into your bones and teaches you that presence is more powerful than progress. You've stopped chasing the next moment because you finally understand that this one is sacred. You've begun to live from stillness rather than striving, from gratitude rather than grasping. There's a phrase the Spirit often whispers to those who have come this far. You've learned to walk with me. Now, learn to rest with me. For many, that's the hardest lesson of all. You can endure storms, fight giants, pray through nights, but can you rest without fear that stillness means stagnation? Can you trust that quiet seasons are not empty but full of preparation? According to what is written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 4, verse 10, "For anyone who enters God's rest also rests from their works, just as God did from his." And those words are more than comfort, they are instruction. Rest is not passivity, it's participation in divine rhythm. Even God rested, not because he was weary, but because his work was whole. Rest, then, is not retreat, it's recognition. It's the act of acknowledging, it is finished. You're learning that same language now, the sacred stillness that says, I don't have to prove what's already complete. Lan, you've spent years trying to hold everything together, dreams, responsibilities, expectations. But the truth is, you were never meant to hold it all. You were meant to be held. The strength you carried was real. But now heaven is asking you to trade it for surrender, because divine strength isn't about effort, it's about trust. It's strange, isn't it? How rest can feel uncomfortable at first. After so long in battle mode, peace feels foreign. You almost miss the chaos because it kept you busy. But God doesn't want you addicted to motion, he wants you anchored in meaning. Stillness is not inactivity, it's intimacy. It's in the quiet that revelation deepens, and your spirit finally hears the whispers drowned out by noise. You've started to notice the small miracles again, the light shifting through your window in the morning, the breath you didn't realize was a gift, the sense of calm that meets you when you least expect it. These are not coincidences. They are confirmations, signs that you've entered a different kind of favor, not the flashy kind, but the faithful kind. This favor doesn't flaunt itself, it flows naturally. It's not about material gain, it's about spiritual clarity. You begin to see things differently, not through fear or urgency, but through the steady lens of assurance. You stop praying desperate prayers and start praying deliberate ones. You no longer plead for escape, you ask for endurance. That's when you know your spirit has matured. And something else happens here. Gratitude becomes your default. Not because everything is easy, but because you've learned that every breath is borrowed grace. You no longer wait for reasons to thank God, you simply live thankful. Gratitude becomes oxygen. You see now that rest isn't a pause from purpose, it's part of purpose. God doesn't only work through movement, he works through stillness. Seeds grow in silence. Oceans shift without sound. Even your heartbeat, the rhythm of life itself, beats quietly beneath your ribs. Heaven's greatest miracles often move without announcement. The longer you walk in this peace, the more you begin to understand that destiny isn't something to chase, it's something to host. You don't run after calling anymore, you carry it. It's not about getting there, it's about becoming there. Every step of obedience, every moment of surrender, every breath of trust has been building a habitation, not a performance. You have become the space where heaven dwells. There's a beauty in this transformation. It's gentle, but it's strong. You're no longer driven by fear of missing out, because you've realized you can't miss what's yours. You don't worry about being overlooked, because you understand that favor finds those who are faithful. You're content not because you have everything, but because you've finally stopped needing to. Even the things that once hurt you no longer sting. The names you were called, the betrayals that broke you, the seasons of waiting, they've all become testimonies instead of triggers. You carry them now like polished stones, reminders of what endurance can create. You no longer ask, "Why me?" because you see clearly now, it had to be you, only someone with your strength, your story, your scars could steward this kind of peace. You've learned that victory isn't always loud. Sometimes it looks like quiet mornings, soft smiles, and steady faith. It's not the roar of triumph, it's the sigh of release. Victory is being able to breathe again without anxiety following you. It's knowing that whatever tomorrow holds, you're safe within grace. And though this season feels like rest, don't mistake it for retirement. God isn't done, He's preparing. The pause before promotion is sacred. Rest isn't the end, it's the recharge. You're being filled again. Not because the journey is over, but because the next chapter will require a rested soul. You'll notice soon that peace has made you magnetic. People will be drawn to your calm, curious about your quiet strength. They won't understand how you've endured so much, yet carry no bitterness. That's because peace has become your witness. It preaches louder than any sermon. So, remain here a while longer. Don't rush the rest. Let peace finish its healing work. Let stillness complete what striving couldn't. When it's time to move again, you'll know. The same God who said, "Be still," will say, "Go." And when you go, you won't go empty, you'll go whole. This is what wholeness feels like, not perfection, but presence, not having all the answers, but trusting the one who does. You've entered the kind of peace that doesn't depend on circumstance, it depends on covenant. It's not fragile, it's forever. Stay here. Breathe. You've made it to the calm after the storm. And this time, the calm will last. You have come to the summit now, the highest point of a long and winding journey. The path behind you is carved with both pain and purpose. But as you look back, you begin to see it clearly. Every stone you stumbled over became part of the foundation that holds you now. What once felt random now reveals divine rhythm. Nothing was wasted. Every moment, every tear, every delay was part of a grand orchestration that only heaven could compose. This is what fulfillment feels like. Not fireworks, not noise, but a deep exhale that settles in your chest like peace. You don't need to announce that you've arrived. The calm in your eyes says enough. The fire that once consumed you has turned into light that guides you. You've gone through the furnace and come out gold, refined, radiant, real. There's a quiet majesty in this moment. You've learned that victory doesn't always look like standing on a stage. Sometimes it looks like standing in silence, knowing you've made it through everything that tried to destroy you. You've won not because you never fell, but because you kept rising. The heavens have seen your endurance, and now they mark your stability. As written in the second book of Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." And that eternal glory is resting on you now, not as a spotlight, but as a mantle. You carry peace that cannot be stolen and faith that cannot be shaken. The struggles that once defined you now decorate you. The battles that broke you also built you. The same tears that blurred your vision once have now cleansed your sight. You see differently. You live differently. You love differently. You used to pray for a smooth road. Now you thank God for a strong spine. You used to ask for easy answers. Now you embrace divine mysteries. That's what transformation looks like. It shifts your prayers from God Change this. To God. Use this. You've reached the kind of faith that doesn't beg, it breathes. The chosen ones always walk this final stretch with quiet confidence. You're not racing anymore, you're walking in rhythm. You've learned that the pace of peace is the pace of purpose. You've let go of the urge to hurry and discovered the beauty of divine pacing. When heaven orders your steps, you realize even slow progress is sacred. This is also the season of legacy. Everything you've been through was never just for you. The grace that sustained you will become the grace that others receive through you. Your story is not just survival, it's instruction. You are a living letter written by the Spirit. Proof that broken things can still carry beauty. You will meet people who are standing where you once stood, in confusion, in waiting, in pain, and they will look into your eyes and find hope, not because you give them advice, but because you embody endurance. You've become a walking testimony that healing is real, that hope still works, that light always wins. You are no longer the one searching for the way. You've become the signpost that points others toward it. In this new place, you realize something else too. Rest is not the end of work, it's the reward for faithfulness. You no longer strive for significance because you've discovered that being aligned with heaven is the greatest success of all. You no longer need to prove your worth, you simply live it. Every storm that once tested you has now turned into clarity. You understand now that pain wasn't a punishment, it was a portal. It brought you closer to your Creator, closer to yourself, closer to truth. You no longer resent the process because you see its purpose. The crushing created oil, and now your life carries fragrance, the scent of endurance and grace. There's a deep joy in this awareness, not the fleeting kind that depends on outcome, but the steady joy that flows from contentment. You've stopped measuring your days by what happens and started measuring them by who you're becoming. That's the highest form of freedom, to wake up with peace, to go to sleep with gratitude, and to walk through each day knowing that nothing is missing. This moment, this very breath, is a testimony. You made it through confusion, through waiting, through betrayal and rebuilding. You made it. And not only did you make it, you matured in the process. You've grown from asking, "Why me?" to declaring, "Use me." That's the sound of transformation complete. You are now the fulfillment of prayers once whispered in pain, the evidence of promises once doubted. You are living proof that God's timing is perfect, that His mercy never runs dry, and that His strength truly is made perfect in weakness. The journey didn't make you flawless, it made you faithful. And that's all heaven ever asked for. Faithful hearts, steady hands, and spirits willing to walk when others would run away. You are the answer to your own perseverance. So as you stand at this summit, let gratitude wash over you. Not the loud gratitude that shouts thanks, but the quiet kind that breathes it. You don't have to look back in regret or forward in fear. You are standing exactly where you're meant to be, in the center of completion. The view from here is not of what's been lost, but of what's been gained. Wisdom, endurance, clarity, peace. You see now that every path, no matter how painful, was leading here to this still point between heaven and earth, where your soul finally rests. The journey continues, but it continues from fullness, not from lack. You carry now what you once chased, peace that cannot be shaken, purpose that cannot be stolen, and love that cannot be explained. You are the chosen one, and you have become the message. You've reached the end of this journey, but not the end of your story. What you've walked through here wasn't just a series of words. It was a reflection of your own transformation. Every sentence, every silence, every revelation was crafted to meet you where you are and lift you one step closer to who you're becoming. You didn't just listen, you aligned. You didn't just read, you received. Now you stand here stronger, softer, wiser. The storms you survived have become your credentials, and the peace you carry is your proof. You've seen God move through chaos, speak through quiet, and rebuild what you thought was lost forever. And the truth is, this journey was never about information. It was about awakening. You've realized something sacred. Destiny isn't a destination, it's a rhythm. It's not a race you run, it's a relationship you cultivate. You are no longer striving for victory, you are the victory. Every scar is evidence. Every healed wound is a testimony. Every time you kept going when quitting felt easier, heaven took note. This is the moment to breathe, to smile, and to recognize that you've crossed over, not to the end of faith, but into the flow of it. You're standing in a place of grace that many search for their whole lives, the peace that can't be shaken, the strength that doesn't need to shout. You've found it. You've become it. And now, the light you carry isn't meant to be hidden. Someone out there is standing where you once stood, confused, exhausted, praying for a sign that they can make it. You can be that sign. Take a moment to like, share, and subscribe, not as a routine, but as an act of compassion. Every click sends a spark of hope somewhere it's needed. You never know whose midnight you might interrupt with a message of light. If this journey has spoken to you, if it has comforted, strengthened, or reminded you that you're seen, then let that gratitude echo. Leave a comment below. Tell the world what you've learned, what you've overcome, what peace now feels like. Your words may become someone else's turning point. And if your heart feels stirred to go further, to become part of the quiet force that keeps this light alive, then let your generosity speak. Donating here isn't about paying, it's about participating. Think of it as adding oil to a lamp that still burns through the night. This light doesn't belong to one person, it belongs to every heart it has touched. You are part of that story now. Every act of support, whether prayer, sharing, comment, or contribution, becomes another ripple of grace. Giving is not a transaction, it's continuation. It says, keep the fire burning for those who still need to find their way. And the beauty of it is this: what you pour out never leaves you empty. It comes back, multiplied in peace, in purpose, in unexpected blessing. This space has always been more than words. It's a movement of restoration. And every time you engage, you help that movement grow, not through pressure, but through partnership, because light only spreads when someone decides to pass it on. So as this message closes, let your heart stay open. Carry the peace you found here into the world beyond the screen. Let your life preach louder than any sermon. Be the calm in a chaotic room. Be the mercy in a harsh world. Be the living reminder that God's chosen still walk among us, quiet, steady, unstoppable. Thank you for being part of this journey. Thank you for your time, your spirit, your heart. The story continues every time someone like you chooses to share it. You are not just a listener, You are a builder of light, a keeper of hope, a living echo of grace. So, until the next message, keep walking in peace, keep standing in purpose, keep shining in truth. And remember, this isn't goodbye. It's just the beginning of your next chapter. Like, share, comment, subscribe, give, if you feel led, not out of obligation, but out of overflow, out of gratitude, out of love, because this light burns brighter when we carry it together.